Well, I'm waiting for Rumble to tell me that it's live because for some odd reason that has not kicked off yet.
Sorry, I was muted when I tried to say this a second ago. I need to get coffee.
Yeah. Okay.
Coffee or healthy? Let me adjust my volume here.
Coffee.
That sounds gooder.
Some of my blackout coffee, I might add.
That sounds gooder. Is that
Don't
what you
tell my
said?
grandmother. She's rolling in her grave right now.
Good. Looks like Rumble is up with us. Hello, Rumblers. How you doing? Hello, everyone. My name is Bruce, curator of this channel. We've got a game today of a beta test or alpha test we're doing of my system. And actually, we just decided, fuck it, we're going to run a whole campaign, not do tests. We're like, well, how do you like the skill system here? How do you like this feat train here? How do you like these edges here? How do you like the characters? How do you like the way everything feels? No, fuck it. We're going to run it like a regular tabletop game. And when the players are having real problems because certain mechanics may not be something that's conducive to gameplay, we can fix it. We'll be doing a lot of these, and this will probably be my culmination of my life's work on my hobby side, because I have to have a real job. My name's Bruce. I want you to meet my players. With us today, we have Quinn. We have the Mongoose. We have Isabella. Cormac, not appearing in today's film. And we have, are you serious? Lemmy.
Lemmy.
And those are played by the Crafting Gamer with Mongoose, Six Nations 31 Kings as Lemmy, Lady as Quinn, and Janet from Another Planet will be playing Isabella. Right now, Cormac will be played by the NPC. Cormac, if you're in bed watching us while you drift off to sleep, we hope you have yourself a good night's rest. I know that things suck, man. And get well. Get well soon.
Seriously.
Nope.
Oh.
Man, I look like hammered crap. I'm going to go turn off my camera.
All right. Yeah. With that being stated, thank you for joining us on both Rumble and our friends at YouTube. Let us begin. Last session, after Isabella recovered from a traumatic physical injury and mental injury, after about 4 days of being magically cured and able to rest within the comforts of the Temple of Mir within the city of Reme, the players, the heroes, made the determination that they should go after Kelvin, a cursed creature that inhabits this planet and is causing numerous crimes within the city. As he's trying to make more of himself, that's where the line blurs. So,
Are you gonna bring him out so people can see what you're talking about? The worm guy.
let me see if I have that figure at the ready. Sometimes people touch my stuff, and a figure I wanted to use gets put up on the shelf. For those of you who don't understand my dilemma, when I say he's somewhere over here, shelves and shelves and shelves.
It's not a problem. Go away.
Let me see if I can actually. I wonder if I can actually do that. Does that make things better?
And the silence was deafening.
Wrong button.
I don't know what happened with my settings there. Let me see.
You got Schrodinger's computer. If you're not looking at it, your settings might get switched.
Apparently the thing went derp on me.
I can't even tell you how many times my settings have switched on me.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. All right, camera. There's that audio. I think my sound just got tinny again. I don't know why. I'll be right back.
Bruce has made Janet the overlord of the stream.
Say something witty. Entertain.
Do you know how long
We
it's
started
going to
I have no idea. We started so early compared to how we usually start. We don't have anybody in the chat today.
That's ironic.
I have some secret lines I could read out loud. I've been writing them down. Let me show you. See this notebook? See how I have my pages are this one. They're cut out like this, so I can rip it off and tape it to my mirror. You know, my light with the camera in the middle, right?
Nice.
And it does rainbow colors or whatever I want, and then I tape those on there so I can read them while I'm, doing whatever with my hands free. And then I got one like this one. It says, "Excuse me." Wait, excuse me. Could you please dial down your hotness? It's causing global warming. Stupid shit like that. See, I just got bunches of them just all written on my page. And then I just write more down. Are you a poster? Because I want to pin you to a wall.
Well,
I didn't say they were good. I'm just saying these are.
Oh yeah, well I've had a few conversations with some women, and occasionally those stupid ones do actually work. It depends on their mood.
Well, yeah. Plus, it depends on how good you deliver it.
You can't say the wrong thing to the right person, okay?
Yep, if they're in the right mood too.
If somebody wants your baby batter, she's going to part the thighs.
That reminds me of a short vid that I saw on Telegram. I think it was on one of the meme channels that I follow there. Mm-hmm. This gal was like, "Oh, there's a hot guy at the bar. I'm going to go try and pick him up." And she's all being flirty. And she's like, "Oh, what kind of drink is that?" And he's looking over at her and he's like, "Look, I'm just trying to have my drink, okay?" And she was just like totally soul crushed. Didn't expect that some dude would just be like, "I want to have a drink. Don't fuck with me. I didn't come here to flirt."
She would have said, "Well, can I buy you another one?" That's what I would have said.
Yeah, I think the premise of the video was like she got all dolled up and she was like manhunting. And then she got rejected the first try and it just totally crushed her. It was funny because the guy's just like, "I'm trying to drink my drink here, okay?" Usually with those vids, it's a little bit different. Guys are thirsty or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, it sucks. Feel bad for her.
The big bad appearing in today's film.
Yeah. I'll admit, even if I was at a bar just for a drink, a woman hitting on me would have immediately gathered my attention just because I have never had a woman hit on me before. So.
Well,
I've had a
go
woman flirt
all the
back
time.
with me, but I've
Yeah,
never
there
had a
was
woman.
specific bars that we went to for certain things, like the Blue Lagoon, which was originally a gay lesbian bar, but all the straight women took it over after a while because they could dance in the back and not be hit on then. And so like my girlfriend and her friends would go out there and do dancing. And if I didn't want to go, I could be like totally safe with the thought that she's with her friends and everything would be cool. If we went to like the Red Room, which was like the college bar where everybody went to go get hooked up, that would be a different thing.
Yeah.
And then there was the little dives down the way where if you just wanted some cheap drinks and get lit and play some pool, that was the thing to do.
Yeah, those were the places I like to go. It's the ones I can play darts or pool or some of the other games that they have.
The Poet and the Patriot would be a good place for darts, or if you just wanted like you're gonna sit at room temperature.
For a little while, like about 2-3 years up where I live, we had what I thought was the dumbest thing ever: a bar where you could throw axes.
That would be awesome.
Throwing axes.
We have a place like that here where you can throw different size axes at wooden walls with the big bullseye on it and knives.
Yeah, but are you drunk at the same time?
Well,
I've done worse things drunk.
It's a dry county, so you can't drink.
Ah, okay.
But
no, it was behind a bar, right? I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. Give drunk people throwing axes in the middle, like right next to a street. I might add too.
There's a bar here where you can go and throw axes at walls and have a good old time with you and your buds. You can do that. And that's kind of cool how they have that set up because it's not something we were expecting. Like, of all things that they had in San Antonio that you could do on a night with your buddies, they had a Viking bar. I don't know if it's still open. I think it might have closed during the coof. But
was the area where the axes closed in so they couldn't hurt themselves that easily?
They had that area kind of segregated from the rest of it, so you
okay. Then I don't have a problem with that. Where I'm talking about, they had it right next to the street. It was a wide open area. It was bad design for if you're giving drunk people axes, if you ask me. Yours not so bad.
Well, I mean, this was like in the backyard area. They had like some really reinforced areas to withstand the impact of the blades at velocity, and that was separate from everything else. You had to walk through kind of like, whenever you pay your admission at a public pool, then you got to walk through the showers and go through the twisting area. It was kind of like that. To go from the bar and seated dining area to the area where the axes are. I mean, you could walk with the axes around the bar, but there was no throwing axes in the bar or dining area. You could take your drinks back to the throwing axe area. But
cheese omelet.
Food, you had to get it in the food area.
You're welcome.
It was not exactly my preferred place to go, but it had good bar food.
Have you guys ever gone to one of those places where you solve like a crime or whatever?
Escape room?
Yeah.
They have one down the road from me.
Did you ever go to it?
It's still open, so no, I have not yet.
Oh, well, I've been to like six of them, and they are a blast, especially if you have a group like us. That would be some really fun for us to get a group of us to go somewhere, and you sign up, depending on which one you solve, and you fight with each other and try to figure out the clues. It's a lot of fun.
That would be fun for a little while, but if at any point I have any sort of panic attack. No, yeah, but if at any point I have some sort of panic attack, I would be trying to force my way out.
Well, you can really
go very ugly
out.
For me.
You can leave. You're not really locked in. It's the whole thing that's trying to solve it, the mystery within 1 hour.
Yeah, a honest to God escape room would be criminal.
Oh yeah, they couldn't really do that. But it's
Oh,
just
actually, they
fun.
can. All you have to do is sign a waiver, and they can put you in a unescapable escape room.
Do
You
you
die,
want
it's
to play
not
a
our fault.
game?
That's all it takes.
Today on CIA Theater.
The Fed training film. Awesome. We got a crap ton of experience. I
Have I recovered
gotta calculate
my
that. I never
home
did.
invasion? Sorry.
As you
Got
were
anybody
walking
in chat?
through one portion of the sewers about 3 hours later, see all these? These are
Those are cool. Kind of scary.
Are those crates?
No, it's my
there's
apartment.
jail cells.
Oh, okay. It's your
In a sewer?
apartment.
Janet,
What?
it's not a sex dungeon unless you've got a dominatrix.
Oh,
If there's
What do
no
you think
swinging,
Janet's there for?
there's no fleeing.
or a how do you say dominatrin?
Dominatrix.
No, for a man.
Dominator or dominatrix.
A dominator. Okay, you can tell I've never been to one. Yeah. I'll put that after it.
If you're an ambassador from FetLife, please do not contact the administrator of this channel. I have enough problems with the Japanime hentai game Drain Mansion appearing on my feed every time I log in. I can't log into YouTube one time without getting an invite to watch some guy play a game and FAP2 DSP style the antics on screen, which are censored out. This is not what I pay YouTube for. I pay YouTube for fail videos and Russian truck fails in the snow. And no ads, ever. I'm not saying that $14 is well spent, but I heard people complain about ads during live streams. I recommend the $14 a month just for the fact that you can go and use YouTube Music on your phone or on your tablet, and you can hook it up to a Bluetooth speaker. It sounds good. It has no ads. It has the stuff you want most of the time. If you thumb shit down when you're building your radio station for your own use, it doesn't play that garbage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually like the ads. It's how I got my Elegoo, because advertising from Elegoo. Hey, we're having a sale on our printers. Ooh, I can afford them. Yank.
What you do, that's probably the only time I've ever heard in my life somebody, oh my God, an internet ad during a video totally saved my fucking wallet. That's the only time I've heard that. It's you, David. That's it. That's
So,
all.
Bruce, what I'm hearing from you between the lines is you and Janet will not be reviewing Legend of the Overfiend anytime soon.
We might.
What is that?
Oh, it's awesome.
It does have some awesomeness
It's a
to it.
dominatrix thing?
The guy's wiener glows.
Oh.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's an anime. It's
Oh,
pretty
I was
brutal.
saying, is he dipping it in something?
I think half the city at the end. Kind of like that Futurama episode with the pink alien with all the tentacles.
Okay.
Awkward silence.
That was good.
That's my superpower.
What,
Awkward
you in the
silence.
dark? You can see your way around in the dark.
Okay. Now, behind you is a team of 6 terriers, people that are involved with this to help you to the best of their ability. Really? That guy broke? Oh, fuck. Have to get a new miniature. Okay. The only problem I have with the resin figures is that you can't let them have an unintended.
Yeah, resin's not very friendly to handling.
They're so
Good for shelf pieces.
Yeah, I let Steven grab the miniatures last week, and so like all at once he grabbed all the figures and scrunched them together.
Ooh.
The pre-painted figs usually hold up pretty well, except for the ones that are piezo made. Those break, the arms break all the time on those. But okay.
You got any Whiz Kids? Those are pretty flexible.
Yeah, they generally are. I'm not a big fan of them, but Whiz Kids are durable. I'll say at least their plastic is all right.
I like the Whiz Kids furniture.
So you have these cells, and there's probably about 30 of them in total. You don't have anybody in here that's alive. There's been a couple of these that have been occupied by dead bodies. And the whole time, the terriers behind you, their dogs are not acting as if they're the dominant force within the sewer. As you wander through this dungeon, these guys are behind you. They're here only for one thing, and that's if you guys fall down, they're supposed to lay down a barrier of alchemist fire between you and said bad guy, and try to scoop up your corpse and get up topside quick. They're not for recognizance. They're not for any of that. These guys are out of their depth when it comes to dealing with a worm that walks.
Medieval dock wagon. Got it.
Yeah. And the terriers are also really good at, like, if you do encounter a nest of rats, they'll take care of it. There's 3 dogs with them, if you want to know. And actually, whenever you are able to approach the dogs in non-sewer, non-dungeon setting, the dogs are very much more relaxed and they're willing to be petted. The little ankle biters are friendly. Their scruffy little faces are just adorable. If you've ever seen photos of the World War II war dog named Drags, that's what they look like. They look like little terriers of unknown heritage.
That's awesome.
Benji's kind of like that.
So there's snacks for the dragons.
Yeah, dragon snacks, basically.
Dragon kibble.
Yeah, there you go. Kibble.
And the rats in the sewers are snacks for them.
These fellows that are with the terriers, they tell you, we've been finding these more and more in areas where this supposed individual has been. We feel that Kelvin has probably committed some sort of terrible crime here, because many times there will be a corpse left behind with just a nest of worms within usually the belly.
Ugh.
We didn't realize that he was using that as a feeder source.
Yeah, but what happens to all the worms? Don't they go out and make more?
They try to make their way to more host bodies. Usually there will be one that will stay behind, one or 2 that stay behind within the corpse. They'll feed on the corpse until they've got enough worms, and then they'll pretty much fill the corpse out and amble it around.
We don't do that here in Reme.
After you peer at the viscera of some of the recent dead,
Mm-hmm.
this lady, her name's Amber. She produces a few flasks of alchemist oil, and she throws those on the corpses, and you see the corpses just come alive, and little worms try to scurry off, and everybody kind of uses their swords or their maces to flick the little worms back towards the flames so they can die within the nice little impromptu fire. This area smells really bad, and you want to leave.
At least it don't have meth.
So
Meth farms.
after a brief period. Oh, maybe 300 feet down yet another corridor. Walking along, and you notice a trap. Disguised in the sewer bottom, you can see the little tips pointing up and out. It looks like this entire area has a whole bunch of these bear traps in it. Lemmy, you've already found the trap. If you could roll your disabled device, that'd be great.
Okay. Let's see if these dice are hot today.
Ooh, let's go.
All right. Skill here.
I'm thinking I hear a puppy dog. Is somebody playing with a puppy?
You hear some growling going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the two retarded ones playing with the ball.
Oh, okay. I was like, is that my imagination? But okay.
Yeah, the smaller ones are quiet. The larger ones are noisy. Christ, where did it go?
Am I supposed to be rolling dice
device.
too?
Here we go.
No, Janet, you're good.
Got a +1 to that. And I roll is that a 1 or 7? A 62.
What's your bonus?
Oh, it was a +1 bonus. So it would be 62.
Your disabled device gives you a +1, not a +5.
I put down +1. Was I supposed to put down a +5? I think that was.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Okay, so it would be 66.
Okay.
Then.
You don't cause it to go off on your hand, but you realize like you're going to need to have it's probably for the fact that you're doing this in the dark. Amber will come along and she provides a light, and you note that the magical light kind of helps illustrate some of the mechanisms a little better, and it'll give you a +10% bonus to your roll. Go ahead and
Oh, get him a gun. Or I'm going. Ah, shit.
I heard you rogue.
14.
all right.
It was all the poop.
All right. It snaps and manages to bite you on the gloved hand, doing 4 points of damage.
Oh, thank God. That I can live with.
You manage to pull the mechanism apart a little bit and get your hand free. You know that Amber, before anything else can happen, she grabs your wrist and she starts putting some powder on your hand. Your hand starts to sting, by the way. This feels really bad.
Quick lock.
She touches your hand with some sort of like purplish glow around her fingers, and she cures you up for 7 points. Also gets rid of the infection that would have been sure to start.
Oh, God, gangrene, that would suck.
Yeah. Yeah. Amber wanders over to Isabella and hands her a divine scroll. And with the torchlight, Isabella, you unroll it, and it has a spell on there. Detect pits and traps.
Okay, so what do I do with it?
You'll
Do I-
read that aloud, and for the next
Okay.
20 minutes, it'll be a lot easier for you guys to find these things.
In
Isabella's
the
like,
event that I F up again.
But it's not something I get to keep all the time.
you want to cast it now? You could.
No, I mean-
you could cast it. It's a no, you can't. It's a 3rd level spell,
Okay,
so it's out of your reach at the moment.
It's a temporary
Yeah,
spell
this
that I'm
is a-
getting access
is
to.
This is a 20-minute duration, she says. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, this is a 30-minute duration. For a half hour, we've got the ability to see these better. And pretty much, you read this aloud, every one of us will be given a little bit better ability to notate where these things are at. So basically, for the next 30 minutes, you're going to have a plus 20% on your perception to find traps and such. Which is good, because nobody wants to be subject to gangrenous infected traps. And by the way, this place does not smell like roses. If you've ever opened up a grease trap at a taco house, the smell of 3-week-old queso mixed in with a little bit of sauce, marinara, how about some old rice, chorizo, maybe some spoiled sausage. It's not a real Bruce game unless you're tempted to vomit.
I'm familiar with all of that.
Yeah.
That's no bueno.
If you've ever stepped on a submarine or a Navy ship, which is a floating sewage processor for people to get across from one place to another and to deliver ordnance or armament, sometimes at velocity, that's what a Navy ship's for. It's meant, the majority of the Navy ship is meant to like get the waste material off that people process just on a daily basis. Poor Flady. Poor Flady's having old olfactory flashbacks of a Gatex processor.
I actually had a sand tank blow up in my face.
Oh,
There's not enough peroxide in shots that can help you sometimes.
It was unpleasant. I think they gave me like 20 shots. I had to do the Clockwork Orange where they flushed my eyes out for like 20 minutes. It was fabulous. I was a huge fan.
Damn.
Isabella, you going to read that scroll?
yeah, I'm reading it. I thought.
Okay. It takes you about 20 seconds to read everything.
Okay.
And then once you do, you notice your own perceptions. Your eyes seem to find the cracks and the dimensions of the tunnel that you're walking through. It kind of highlights all of the cracks or crevasses. You can see a difference just by you casting that spell.
Okay. So as we look around, are we able to find anything that we?
Well, about 15 minutes later, you will round a corner and you see that up ahead, as this turns into like an intersection, you definitely see that there's some places up ahead that you want to avoid because there's more traps. And but aside from the fact that you also see like the floating traps too, there's a couple like floaters and some of the puddles that
soy-based.
they're glowing, and if you spend a mana to detect magic on it, like you'll see a moderately orange glow, which that would tell you or any novice magician that there's an evocation spell ensorcelled upon that. Do not disturb.
Okay, so what should we do about that?
You guys just try to navigate as far as you can away from it, or Cormac says, "I have an idea." He lights a torch while you all stand away from it. He pitches it at the floater on the ground, and you see a flash as a small turd bomb literally explodes. And there's like a 15-foot spray. You guys are standing out of that reach, but there's a large amount of splatter, and now you have a light source that'll be there for the next 5 or 6 minutes. You quickly navigate around that area, continuing to enjoy the benefits of the detect pits and traps spell. After that, you come into a larger cavern. Well, actually, no, you don't. The first thing you see is a little glowing light. On the ground, you can tell that this room exits somewhere. In here, you see that there's a glowing sigil.
By looking at it, can I tell what religion it may be from?
It's not a religious thing. It's more arcane magic. You guys don't feel really good here. It just feels like this area's had some sort of like a tainted defix stamp has been laid upon it.
Because it says that I have arcane knowledge of history.
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll a spellcraft check.
Okay, which one do I need to roll for that?
Spellcraft?
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Sorry, Jeremy, I'm not translating your stuff today, bud. You can text me in Discord. Sorry, man. Running a game.
2 of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
make sure you have one labeled your chin digit.
Oh, I don't have that one. Darn it. Hold on.
You don't have one of these?
No, I didn't roll one. I just rolled 2 of the other ones.
Okay. We'll need get one with one of the tens digit.
I've got a darn it, I rolled the wrong one again. Okay. I guess it's a 6 because it has a dot next to it. And then the other one
like that, or
yeah, like the one you showed me. The 6 with the dot. I got that. And it's got a dot on the side of it. And then the other one has a 3-0.
Okay. So that's 36.
Okay.
You do know that this is conjuration type of school. You don't know what, but it's brought something in recently, and the residual power from that spell is still lingering within here.
And I can't tell by looking at it what type of magic, who it could have came from, what type of, like a demon, or I can't really
more
tell.
than likely a demon or a devil, but from what you're thinking, you think you're dealing more with possibly like a demon, because this worm that walks doesn't have a true code per se.
Mm-hmm.
It's a creature of aberrant thought, and it might have its own code, but against your own morals and against the order that you were raised within, you feel like it'd be more of a chaotic taint than a lawful one. And so whatever this thing is that it's doing, it feels like it would bring in a demon before it would bring in a devil.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Devil's a little bit more structured. They have a code of conduct, rules, and regulations.
So the demon is just more apt to just to go out and do things without having to be told what to do. It just randomly starts doing things, basically. That's the difference.
Thank you, Jeremy.
If it's not being controlled by a higher level malevolent being, yeah, they'll do what they want.
Okay. So basically, whoever conjured up this whatever it is, which could be this worm creature that we're dealing with, didn't realize that when they brought it in, maybe that they wouldn't be able to control what it's doing.
Or it could be doing exactly what it's been told to, too.
Yeah, I know.
Some people have some very sick, twisted of ideas of what they think should be done.
Yeah, or they just didn't care and it's just meant as like a stopgap. Like,
yeah, that's another possibility.
They didn't have a chance to put it fully under control.
Well, the thing is, if you think about it, if any of us were going to use a spell, we're going to do it to help our whatever our deed is, right? We're doing a spell to make us stronger so that we can fight better, or we're doing a spell to feed people. You know what I'm saying? So whoever conjured this up, I'm sure conjured it up for a purpose. So,
we're not disagreeing on that, Janet.
No, I know that, but I mean, if they
Degenerate weeboo.
They probably were thinking they were going to use it for something, but it ended up not being what they wanted it to be and became chaotic to them, and they couldn't control it. So basically, they put something out there that even could kill them. See what I mean? That's what I mean. So it's something that's going to hurt both sides, not just us.
Well, once again, that's provided we find a body that proved that the summoner was dead. If the summoner's not here, it could be very well doing exactly what the summoner wants it to be doing, which is just sowing chaos in general. He might want us to, not necessarily us specifically, since we're too low level, but he might want somebody in this city distracted while he does something else.
Yeah, that's possible. Okay, that makes sense.
Could be one of those fishermen summons a worm demon to start up a bait shop, lost control.
Well, yeah.
The worm demon got jiggy with it.
So that's what I'm saying.
Well, for the moment, let's take a look around, see what we find, and we can really discuss what might have happened afterwards.
Okay. So
Watch
kind
out
of wasting time.
poop.
Well, is there any way that we can do something to destroy that that altar or whatever, so that they can't use it to create more whatevers?
Probably.
Okay.
Make a spellcraft 70 or better check, Janet.
Okay, with the same 2 dice.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can I give her a hand in some way?
Oh shit! I got a 10 and a 7, so I got 17. But do I add anything to that?
Your spellcraft knowledge or spellcraft skill?
Yeah. My spellcraft skill. Hold on, I'm trying to find out which one that is.
Hey, Polaroid Pix, how you
Who
doing?
would it be under? Because I have strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence.
Go for your skills. See where you have knowledge, history, knowledge local.
Hold on. Look. I got it all randomly written down on this thing here.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're good.
Meanwhile, is there anything that I can see that might be out of the ordinary? Using perception or whatever.
You note that something's going on over here in the larger room beyond.
So my skill level says a 4 next to it. So I don't know if that's what my level is.
No, your level's 2, but you should have like.
My spellcraft, it says 20%. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's you want to add the 20% to what you roll.
Still not enough.
Yeah, that's not a lot. If you wanted to help her out, crafting, go ahead and roll.
Okay. Let's see here.
For those of you that are interested in these sheets that I'm using, these are by a company called Gaming Paper.
Yeah,
GamingPaper.com. They will send you the packages, or you can order them at your friendly local game store, should you be bequeathed with one. They did have some modules for 5th edition and Pathfinder.
My spellcraft is 35, so I add 35 to my roll.
Yep.
92 or 91, excuse me.
Somebody has brought a demon in from somewhere else, and that's what you gather, Mongoose.
All right.
Inside this area here, there's 12 corpses signified by the caskets on the mapping, but there's 12 dead young women. You see, well, as your torchlight flickers, initially you think they're dead. They're not. They're alive.
Ew. More squirmies.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
More fire.
From the pit below, you hear a flapping of wings, and then you see it.
A forgotten beast.
Some sort of foul creature. He carries with him a young lady who's just dripping in gore and viscera and other fluids.
But it's not the worm guy.
No.
Okay.
No, this is a whole new level of suck.
Agreed.
Pretty much.
And he's using an axe.
Cormac's like, ooh, let me in front. I got good dice.
I know what my first spell is going to be for me personally.
The flapping demon looks at you and he says, "My time has come. I'm here." And at that point, he throws the corpse of the young lady off to the side.
And the boss music commences. Or mid-boss.
Let me do this.
I believe this demon would qualify as a Legend of Zelda mini boss.
Quinn, I request welcome to the jungle.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, I say we rock and roll with this. I mean, it's pretty much happening whether we wanted to or not. So
You guys spill into the room. And at that point, you hear a sinister laugh.
This is sinister flapping sound.
A sinister laugh.
Oh, a laugh.
You
Like,
showed up.
Said flap.
Kelvin is in here.
Altered Beast. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to your doom type stuff.
Welcome to your doom.
And those are all coffins, caskets.
Not the corpses. The caskets represent not dead bodies, but young ladies in various stages of pain and suffering.
Okay. So they're all still alive?
Mostly.
They're all worm incubators, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
That's going to be gross.
Oh,
And
it's disgusting.
I don't have that much holy water left.
We should have brought an old priest and a young priest.
Out of all of you so far, we're going to start off with Reme, because he said he was going to jam and get some confidence-inspired music going on in here. At your current positions, if you guys want to move, you can. Just because we have squares on the ground, I'm still using the Army Painter, the tape measure for movement. So I want to know, Reme, I'm assuming you're playing and you're going to play for a while.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I was requesting Quinn.
Quinn, I apologize. Quinn, you were going to play for a while.
Yeah, I was going to start Inspire Courage.
Okay.
See if I could find me, via 5-foot steps as I play to a more safe and out of the way position.
You can do that. That's not a problem. Cormac is going to draw a bow. Even though he sucks at it, he's going to try anyway. Janet, what's Isabella doing?
I was thinking about. Let's see, I don't remember the name of it. Let me read this one again to make sure it's what I was thinking it was.
So approximately how deep is that pit?
About 30 feet at least.
30 feet.
Because 30 feet's about as far as you can see with a torchlight.
Yeah, because it's pitch dark in here, right?
Yep.
Okay. I was trying to find that one that makes light. Oh, here it is. Sorry, I couldn't find it. I was like, what did I do with it? It's called light, and I want to touch into my sword with it again.
Okay.
And do I need to roll my dice or anything for that?
No.
Okay. Let me mark it down on my thing so I know I got it going.
It'll last 2 minutes.
Oh, it says 10 minutes in the book.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, 10 minutes is fine.
Okay, let me write
Is that 10 minutes per level or just 10 minutes?
Just says, open it again. Sorry, I got little things stuck in there. Help me know where that is. It just says 10-minute level,
Okay.
/ level. That's it.
Okay. So it's going to last you 20 full minutes.
Okay.
Level 2.
That's all it says. Okay, I'm going to write that down, but I'm using that spell. So that way it should be able to light it up enough for all of us to see wherever I point it at, a torch.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my first spell. And I don't think I have bless yet. I don't see it on my.
You should have bless. It's on your list of spells you can cast.
Okay, hold on,
It's a 2nd level spell. It costs you 4 mana to cast it.
Wonder why I wouldn't write it down.
You're going to cast light
Mm-hmm.
first.
And then my next one, I'm going to do bless.
Yeah, bless goes on. What's the speed factor for second level spells? 9 or 8?
I don't know where I'm supposed to look for that.
I believe it's 8.
Yeah, I thought it was 8.
So, so in 8 moves or 8 seconds or whatever, then I can do the other one, bless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Plus 8.
Quinn is playing. He'll be making 5-foot steps about every 5 seconds. You'll see him move or shuffle 5 seconds closer. If you want, Quinn, you can do that. You can make a step every second, because all you're doing is concentrating on playing. If you want.
Yeah, no, if I can get into a more advantageous position, but also stay out of the line of fire from our own people, I don't want to be a hindrance either, or a juicy mistake target.
Okay, you can do that.
If I do give it in striking distance, it would be with the heavy mace.
Okay. Lemmy, what do you want to do?
Well, considering he's floating above a 30-foot hole, and my original plan of sneaking around and jumping on his back and stabbing him might fail and have me drop and take some damage, I think I'm going to go dust off the short bow and shoot him in the face if possible.
Okay.
But I don't have the weapon speed for the short bow.
Yeah, it should be 12.
12. Okay. Jot that down.
Mongoose.
Well, since sleep isn't going to work on a demon.
No. Well, I mean, you could, but you probably would be wiser to not try that.
Yeah. My best option would probably be... Can I use burning... Is he close enough that I can use burning hands on his wings specifically?
You need to have him within about 3 inches. So to give you an idea of how close he needs to be.
Will that be effective for an infernal?
And he doesn't have an idea if that'd be effective or not.
Well, in that case, my best option is probably hit him with magic missile.
Okay.
I wonder if I can hit him specifically in the wing, though. Make him fall back down that damn hole.
The current version of magic missile, does not go for like a called shot. Okay. However, if you want to research a version that does later in the future, that could definitely be one of the things you focus on as you level up.
Definitely be useful.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm going to hit him with magic missile.
All right. Okay. So as this goes on, he's playing and he moves over to the side over here. And as he does, you get a better look of the young bloodied corpse that the demon cast off. When she's in lots of pain and distress and trauma. And as you're playing music, you're noting that she's got a real bad situation, and she'll need a healer, a qualified healer, if you guys come out of this alive. And then you're looking at the other corpses here, and I have the penises on the table for the other ladies that are writhing around in pain and crying and screaming for help, aid.
But does she look like just like a normal woman who's just been through hell? Or does she look like she's about to become Mistress Wormican?
She looks like like I'm just gonna say that all of these ladies that are here are women that in normal circumstances would be considered strikingly hot. Like the only thing you can say is that like Kelvin has high standards, and it's either for the fact that he likes the idea of squirming his way into a higher population through these, or maybe worse, he likes the idea of taking something beautiful and corrupting it with its squirmy self, dragging the average charisma score of the city down by 1 point. No, not charisma, comeliness. Because comeliness really doesn't matter in terms of gameplay, but all of these women could have been on, they would be well served in better days to be at the head of like an organization, because they're, like I said, they are well above average looks. In fact, any one of these women could be a leading actress in a canon movie.
All right, but she doesn't look like she's about to, explode.
But she doesn't look like she's about ready to explode, but you can tell there's something going on, because under her skin in the torchlight, you can see like squiggle marks. Something's moving around under the dermis.
All right. Huh. Well, I can't really convey that and continue the singing spell. So,
if you wish to continue playing and bolstering, but at the same time tell your party that these women need to be moved up topside, that'd be probably okay.
All right. I'll pass that along. But if it looks like she's past the event horizon, I'll just give her an El Kabong upside the head.
Okay. As you say that, you hear from this corridor here, the terriers tell you, if you can get him distracted, we will start getting these people organized or set up to where we could get them up top.
All right.
And at that same time, I need a damage roll from Mongoose as he lets loose from a magic missile. And
D4, if I remember correctly.
Say again.
Which was a D4, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir. D4.
Okay.
And
1.
Okay, so that's 2 points.
Actually, that would be a 2. Right?
Yes, sir.
If only D4s were a little bit more round.
I think they sell those, actually.
Here's one from 1991 in my first TSR Dungeons and Dragons dice set.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this thing's ancient.
And soft, I bet.
It feels like silk, really. I know that sounds weird, but this dice is older than most of our viewers.
Yeah, those old school plastics, man.
I wish I was like the fat electrician that my average viewer age was like 55 or 60. Because
you're having a lot of grognards commenting like, "Oh,
that ain't no Rollmaster official die." Grandpa, quit talking to the internet. Nobody hears you. Oh shit! Bruce said my name 40 minutes ago. Grandpa, you don't know what you're talking about. Just have your meds and lay down with your death pillow. I don't want to have my meds.
give me my Jello."
Hey, Bruce.
Sir.
I got a curiosity. This is what I want to try now. See about rubbing salt onto Connell's character's arrow.
Okay. You want to do that? You'll start making your way over here.
Hey, Joyful Paradise. If you're talking
over there,
the
you tell Connell
pink
to
and
wait.
black things, they're representative of corpses.
bunch of women in distress, so I have a bunch of like penises on the table because that's just what we do at this channel. Okay, as he moves over, Isabella casts Bless. Isabella, what are you doing next?
After Bless?
After Bless.
Okay. Saw one other thing I wanted to see.
Now everybody has a +1 or +5 to hit, and a +5 to save on your will saves versus fear.
Am I close to any of the sick people?
There's a lady right in front of you. She's covered in numerous blood and fluids. The foul sex demon or whatever that thing is in the center of the pit. As you look down at her, you see this thing charge forth, flapping its wings aggravatedly, and it's going for an attack on your friend Lemmy.
Okay. After I do Bless, I guess I'm going to go at it with my go forth to try to attack it with my sword.
Okay.
Because I don't really have any spell, that like make people explode or anything like that. So I have to fight. I can try to heal her, but right now, if Lemmy's getting attacked, I got to try to defend him. Help him.
The creature attacks Lemmy and hits him for 4 points of damage. About the time that happens, Lemmy, just reflexively, after you get hit, you back up a little bit. Mongoose, you've got your salt in hand. You grabbed it as you were walking towards Cormac.
Yep.
And you coat his arrow with it. At that point, Lemmy and Cormac will loose their strings, and then I'll go through the what are you doing next.
Okay.
Oh, man. What'd you roll there, Lemmy?
Crapola. 41.
That's including your bonuses to hit with dexterity and all that?
What is my current? Yeah, I don't have any bonuses for that. That would be total. Shit.
You should have at least a +5% for your BAB. Plus your dexterity is what, a 14 or 15?
It's 14.
So you should have a +15.
So plus
to hit.
+15. Okay. Maybe that's on my old sheet. I don't think I carried that over.
You're going to need a total of a 75 or more to penetrate this guy's skin.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Okay.
It's like 56 at most.
All right.
Is this creature sensitive to light? Since it was pitch dark in here?
You don't know if it's sensitive to light or not. It's not quote unquote pitch dark. You've got a little bit of light coming in from behind you where you have light sources. I'm going to put this die here to signify that.
So I guess my next action after that is I'm going to whip out my short sword.
Okay.
Maybe get him to stay out of the pit, follow me, and then that way they can round up the girls before they pop.
It looks like Isabella's going to grab her sword and go for...
I already had my sword out, remember? Because I lit it up on the end.
She's got her sword that she's getting ready to engage this thing with, Lemmy. So if you want to try to roll around to his backside.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be fun.
As soon as he flies over the ground, he lands. And now that he's on terra firma, it's a little bit different of a ball game. Okay. Now that I've resolved or asked him what he's doing there, Mr. Mongoose, what are you doing next?
I take it the arrow didn't hit the demon.
No, I missed with a total of a 33, or a not even a 33, a 23.
Well,
28. I need a 75.
okay. Well, I don't even know if the salt's actually going to do anything to the demon, so I should probably just go back to more conventional attacks.
Cormac yells at you. He says, "Break the salt. Throw it at him."
Okay. I don't have any bonuses to throw, but
Yeah,
or
I'll just have.
how far am I from Lemmy?
What's your dexterity? First off,
dexterity 13.
you have a 13 dexterity, so you're going to get a plus 5% off that. Then you're going to roll a D percentile, and that'll be in a few seconds. I'll let you know when your time to go is on this. Cormac will ready another bow. Okay. Isabella.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to try to attack him with my sword, with the light and towards his face.
Okay. Roll your D100s there.
Okay. Both of them? Or just one 100 and the other one?
Yeah. Like so. See, why can't I roll like that? That's a 77 just on the die alone.
24.
How much?
24.
Okay. You definitely irritate the foul beast because you've got the light on the tip of your sword, and it's you can see its eyes wince a bit when you kind of get it close to its face, but you're not really skilled at fighting demons.
What am I starting at my mana with at this thing? So when I get hit, I know what to minus from.
Your mana, you should only be at a negative. If you just casted light, you should only be at 1 off your total mana, but your mana should be your wisdom times 2. Okay, she swings. At that point, Mongoose is busy breaking the salt because he had a huge rock of salt, and it's like the size of a grapefruit that he's mashing down. As he's doing that, Cormac is dropping his bow and arrow and going for his sword. Quinn? No, not Quinn. Quinn's still playing. Lemmy, roll me your acrobatics check. Roll very high.
That's what I'm hoping. Okay, what do I got as far as acrobatics? It's a plus 25.
Plus 30.
You got a plus 30 with the bless.
Plus 30?
No, it'd be 25 because you're not making an attack.
I have to add my bless to my last roll.
Yeah.
But doesn't Inspire Courage get 5 to skills?
Yeah, Inspire Courage will.
So that's 75, 85, 95, 100 plus whatever the bonus was for Inspire Courage. Was that a plus 5 or a plus 10?
5.
You get a
Plus 5.
His weapon doesn't even try to attack you. You tumble into a better spot.
Alrighty.
At that same time, Cormac steps forward with his sword. And he misses. All right. Oh, wait. Yeah, he only rolled a 70. Okay.
Wonder if I can backstab him in the gooch.
What is the bonuses right now? What's our total for any bonus?
You've got a Bless of +5, and you have a Bardic. You have the Inspire Courage, which is another +5, so you should have +10.
+10, okay.
Lady, on your musicianship, on your Inspire Courage, is that a morale bonus?
Yes, I thought it was a +5 to skills.
Okay.
And a +1 to hit or a +1 to damage. I forget which one.
Yeah. Right now, I apologize. I just made an error. She casts Bless, which is a morale bonus as well. Her morale bonus she gives does not stack because they're both morale bonuses. But her Bless spell does give you guys a bonus on if there's a fear effect put into play. It'll give you +5%. I apologize. About that same time, this guy starts moving, and Cormac resolves to strike again on his attack. Isabella, are you going to make another melee attack with your sword?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Quinn, are you going to alternate anything that you've got going on right now?
Is there a way for me to roll out behind him, or is it too jammed in there?
It's probably too jammed in there, and it wouldn't take much for the demon to shove you in the pit.
All right. We already have a morale bonus going up. I'm gonna that blue thing. That's one of the things that just came off one of the small altars or tables. Can I cast Daze on that?
You could.
I'm hoping it can go off before he gets in.
You're gonna need to wait for him to get a little bit closer before you'll be effective at it. You're pretty certain he's out of range.
All right. I'll hold till he moves then.
Okay. You continue to play until he moves, then you'll go for that, that spell. All right. This guy's timer has hit. He's going to go for a sweeping attack against you three over here.
Okay.
You're not wrong, Papa Cotton. You're not wrong.
Damn it. Okay. All right. I don't feel bad about rolling a 1. However, Cormac, Mongoose, and Lemmy all suffer 3 points of damage from the axe as it arcs around.
Dang it.
The majority of this demon, he's a winged creature, and he's actually like flesh and bone, not just like a partial figment of planar stuff. So his strength, it's not.
The dude ain't no Balrog.
He's not a Balrog. He's kind of thin boned. His musculature is not that impressive. He's not a weakling per se, but that he's able to use the axe competently, but he definitely is a pain in the butt. But thank God he doesn't hit that hard. And by the way, this demon, as he hits, you see him kind of get excited. Unfortunately, when I say that, I mean he's nude.
Is he one of them weird pleather-wearing sadists?
Yes.
Good God.
There's a lot of sex going on in this game.
Well, like I said, not for kids.
Well, maybe I should start whacking at something with my sword.
No. Do not use that word.
You're just going to cause 2 to grow back.
Oh, really? Is that what it does?
I was just teasing.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know what kind of creature this is. So it could. And there's penises laying all over the screen. So
Target-rich environment.
I know. And they look circumcised already, so we'll have to do that.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to give pro or con arguments on circumcision. I've been circumcised because I come from a white Western country. Okay. I don't know if it's better to not. I've heard you get more infections or possible problems if you have it uncircumcised. You keep your sweater. I don't know.
Just take your cap off.
I never had a say in the matter, so I can't give one or the other.
I was a child. I was like newborn, and I didn't get a choice, so I'm pretty okay with it. And I don't remember back that far on that particularly traumatic event. Hey, hon, if you want some food, it's there in the pan for you. Awesome. Okay. So as he does that whacking attack, Isabella, go ahead and make your sword arm go to town.
13.
13?
Plus 10, yeah. Plus 10 is it's not enough.
You're missing pretty valiantly.
I know. I haven't hit a single thing.
You also get a plus 10% for flanking, I might add. But that's
still not enough, is it?
No.
That's 33. So
yeah, you're
I miss rolling like shit, and I even changed dice all 3 times.
okay. She does that. Lemmy, you want to grab this guy with a flanking attack?
That would be the plan.
Should have a morale bonus +5. You've got a plus 10% for flanking. Go for it.
No whammies. No whammies. Big ass whammy. That was 18. Shit.
All right. I'm about to pull out the big guns here.
How much did you roll there, Lemmy?
I rolled a 1 total, or not a 1, but a 3, plus the 10 and the 15.
All right, Jesus.
So like, no matter what the bonus is, it's
Janet's rolling like shit today.
I can't roll anything.
Good.
Sorry.
Bruce, is there a way for me to accelerate spell casting?
Is there a way for you to do what, sir?
I need a blessing on these dice.
Speed up my spell casting, I should say.
You'll have to do that through time.
Okay.
But yeah, there is. Every even character level, you get a feat, and then every third class level, you get an edge. And if you want to try to articulate yourself to being more proficient at casting a certain school of spell, you can do that. Well, I'll have that in the revised version of the Bard and the arcane magic users, because that's just something that, like, beginners suck. I hate to say it. Around level 7 to level 10, you start hitting a really good stride. Around level 15 on up, you're doing the things that most people would like never achieve, ever. Got it. Okay. Cormac rolls, and I rolled an odd 8, and so the 3 of us absolutely cannot hit this demon. I guess I have to rewind time for a second. Mongoose, what were you wanting to do next? Because we're at that point in time where if you wanted to cast another magic missile spell, you could, or if you wanted to cast your burning hands, you could.
Could I cast burning hands while throwing salt in with it? You know, like just have the salt in my hands, then cast burning hands.
Yeah,
and have the salt travel.
You could have the fire. Magical fire fly off and do that. Go ahead. Roll me a. I believe burning hands is 2d6, right?
I forgot to write down the damage for it. Yeah, it's a second level.
All right, you have a 2d6 burning hand spell, sir.
Okay. $10.
Is there a 6 on either of those?
No,
Okay.
both 5s.
Well, you see the salt pretty much get blasted off your hands as you cast a spell, and the foul demon takes the brunt of the damage. Let's see if he makes his reflex save. Are you serious? Really? All right. Well, he does take some damage. You can tell that he's a little bit irritated. Most of the body hair on the demon is now gone, and this was a 1970s Frazetta-esque demon, so there was lots of hair. Now that's kind of burned down to the little frayed nubs, and you can see this guy in all of his really bad glory.
I'm picturing Ron Jeremy for some reason.
Pretty much.
Totally hairless now. Oh,
I'm glad I haven't ever seen him, so that's good for me.
Lemmy, you're using a dagger, right? Or are you using a short sword?
Short sword.
Okay, if you want to get another attack on this guy with a short sword, I would recommend that. You'll be faster than anybody else on the table right now.
Come on, Taiki. Give me luck. That'd be 55. Crapola.
Still 20 down. Okay.
Yeah.
Quinn, what was the spell you were wanting to cast?
Well, if that blue guy was getting closer, I was going to try and daze him.
Okay.
He just to try and keep our flank from being completely blown out.
You definitely feel he's within striking distance right now.
All right, yeah. So I'll go to daze him.
All right. I have to roll a saving throw for him. Okay.
Is that a 99?
That's a 39.
I can make peace with that, I believe.
Okay. You're using Daze, which is a first level spell. What's your charisma?
Wait.
You got a 16
15.
charisma or 15? Okay. He is dazed. And like you can tell because he just stops moving, stops walking. He's at the moment he's at your guys' disposal. Quinn, what do you want to do next?
I'm kind of pinned in here. Either I scoot next to the hole, or I gotta like basically run around the block.
You figure out what you want to do. Let me know.
Keep out of the hole.
Yeah, I'll just drop my mace on the ground and pull out my bow.
Okay. You can do that. It'll be a bit. I'll let you know when to fire the bow. Mongoose, what's your next action?
Can I shove salt down his throat?
This guy's throat or this guy's throat?
Whoever's stunned.
This guy's stunned.
A demon?
Nope, not the big demon. The worm that walks.
Oh, the worm that walks is stunned.
Yep, Kelvin.
I was just trying to keep our flank from collapsing.
Shoving down his throat still might be a good.
That would be hilarious.
This is going to be a fun exercise in biology here in just a second.
Uh-oh.
You ever throw salt on a snail?
Hoping it works like that.
I assume you're going to try to attack with a short sword next?
Yeah.
Okay. Janet, you want to attack with your long sword next too, I assume, right?
Yep. Already have it written down. And I still get plus 10, right?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, you're getting a plus 15 because of flanking.
Plus 15? Okay.
Yep. The way the order goes is the short sword just attacked. Then it's going to be Cormac and Isabella, and then Mongoose. Okay. So Cormac will attack. Go ahead, Isabella. Roll your die.
Oh, I got a 44.
Better than I did.
Yeah. And I get to what? I get to add to it?
You get to add a 15 to it. You need a 75. That's the bad thing.
Oh. Okay.
This guy is a dodging machine. I mean, he's a lot of dexterity.
Well,
Cormac misses to the point where he's.
I rolled better, but that's not enough still.
Hey, you're getting better at this. Cormac drops his longsword as his longsword falls out of his hands. You see, reaching into his pocket, Mongoose goes off to take care of the worm that walks, and this guy gets an attack on you two. For once, he missed. All right. Mongoose, you're in front of this jackass. Roll me a percentile roll.
Eight.
Total of 8. You grab some salt and put it in the empty hood of the worm that walks, and you realize at that point that you're putting salt on a bunch of worms, and the confused creature doesn't really acknowledge it for a second, and then its appendages and arms fly up to its face. It starts trying to get rid of the offending material. Quinn,
Yes.
play your next song, or what do you want to do?
So I'm trying to think, like, how does it look with the worm that walks? Obviously, it's no longer dazed because it took damage.
It definitely is not dazed anymore. It's clawing at its face, trying to get the salt out of its bits. This doesn't have like a true anatomy, but it's definitely absorbing some serious amounts of pain.
I mean, can I take a shot at it with the bow? I'd go for the demon, but I don't have point blank, and I'd be shooting into melee with my whole crew.
You can step away and do that. I'll let you know when to fire.
All right. Yeah, I'll disengage a little or step back.
Okay.
And line up my shot.
You get close to one of the young ladies. That when you move close to her, you see her stomach bulge up a little bit, and she starts to moan in pain. About the same time, you hear from the back room where all the terriers are waiting. They're like, "Hurry up! Whatever's going on, it's getting quicker." At that point, Quinn or Lemmy, make your attack. Lemmy, you're on mute. Here we go.
I finally 83. And
Damage.
what was the short sword again? That was.
Thought it was a D8.
Yeah, that was a long sword. It was a D6, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
My bad.
The long sword's a D8. The short sword's a D6.
Yeah. 2 points.
Plus your strength modifier of
Strength was 12.
Okay, you get a +1 at least out of it.
So it would be a +1. Yeah.
All right. Because you're flanking, you're going to add an additional die 6 damage. Precision.
Okay. And that would be 6. Sweet.
Roll again and add another D6 -1.
That would be 1.
Well, still. The
question.
Yeah.
Whenever you attack or anything, am I supposed to add something besides just my roll and the plus 15? Am I supposed to add like strength or anything like that?
Okay, you have your strength is 11, 12, or 13, Janet.
Well, on my paper right here, it says my strength is 17.
Okay, so you're adding a plus 15 to attack on a melee weapon.
Okay, so that's what I already have, that a plus 15, and that's with the bonus of the bless and the inspire courage.
Yeah.
So
next level, your base attack bonus actually becomes a positive modifier. It'll actually go to what it's supposed to. But for right now, the only bonus you're getting is plus 15 for your strength, and you should be getting a plus 10 for flanking and a plus 5 for morale. So you should have a plus 30 on your die rolls.
Okay, that's what I was wanting, because I haven't added it at all on any of the things I've done. So
we've had some errors here. That's okay. We can have those.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So my next roll, hopefully I'll roll a higher.
If you hit, you get a plus 3 damage.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. That's what I'm here for. As the worm that walks gets closer, he gets a face full of salt and just unbelievable amounts of pain that it's going through right now as it finds that it's losing its intelligence. The thing that it is, it was wanting to have communion with you and get together in a biblical sense with all of you and share with you its squirmy goodness. But now it's suffering, and you can almost hear, especially Isabella, in the back of her mind, she hears hundreds of tiny voices. I'm drying out. I'm drying out. I'm going dry.
Take that, spaghetti monster.
That's disgusting.
Cormac and Isabella get to roll their attacks.
It's so gross.
God, Cormac, you suck.
Okay, I got 34 rolls, so added to that, that's 64. Is that good enough this time?
No, you need a 75 or better.
Oh, okay, we'll write that down. 75 or better.
Yeah, this thing's really a dexterity monster. I mean, he's got wings, and his big old dork is like 3/4 way down to his knees.
Okay.
These failed combat rolls are brought to you by Chessex Dice.
No, it should be suck ass dice. That's mine. Suck. I've done 5 attacks and I haven't gotten a single hit. Nothing.
Janet, I'm the same way for Cormac. Cormac is 0 for 5 right now. That poor guy, if he knew what was going on, he would be like, chemo be damned. And he'd belly crawl up to the fucking table.
Maybe I need to go to Discord and use the automatic rolling thing. I might do better.
If you want to use the die roller in there, we can. That's fine.
I mean, because I just stink, and I'm really trying. I've even traded dice. I got 5 different colors of dice out now.
You're trying to put it together, and it just this is like the worst feeling you've ever had. This is your grandfather's character building. I'm 8 years old, walking 3 miles uphill in the snow to school, both directions, and I'm barefoot.
Yeah, it sucks.
I have 2 layers of fur on my feet. When I get back to my hobbit hole later tonight, my mom has to pick me clean of all the clumps in the hair. And then I have second supper. All right. So, yeah, this is a horrible fucking fight. And you guys are
terrible. We're getting our ass kicked.
It's dodging your blows easily.
I'm glad that there's no other creatures in here but these 2, because it's amazing we're still alive.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah. The worm that walks is going to try to concentrate hard enough to give a concentrated effort on Mongoose. Mongoose, after you stuffed its face with the salt, what were you wanting to do?
Burning hands. See if I specifically on the salt. See if I can melt the salt into it.
Okay. You try to back up a little bit, and you notice that as you drop back, it will come forward and lunge at you. Oh God, it actually does pretty well.
Oh boy.
The thing grabs a hold of you, and then you feel as if like it like as it's trying to envelop you. Like you can see like the worms up close, and you can see a lot of them in the folds of the cloth are getting dry, and they're just kind of falling out all over the place, and it's pulling at you pathetically. You do happen to suffer a little bit. You feel like some stuff just dripped on your neck for like 5 points of damage, and it burns. But you pat you swipe your neck real quick. Roll me a deep percentile, because you were trying to cast Burning Hands at this thing.
Yeah.
And this is your ability to blaze through the pain. I need you to roll really high.
42.
That's not really high.
Do I add my spellcraft to this?
Yes.
So that is a 77. No, 76.
81 with the Inspire Courage. No. That's painful. You lose the memory. You burn the 4 mana points for the Burning Hands. As this thing continues to try to paw at you, you back up again, and then you see like some worms come off this thing as it regains its senses, or seems to repurpose itself. It starts to gather some magical motes of energy around it. Before it can let go of what it's casting, you can cast Burning Hands.
Okay.
Again, you can cast Burning Hands. You actually burn 2 castings of it, because one of them you lose when you repause you. The other one is it's trying to cast a spell. You get your spell off first, which is the importance of quicker, lower level spells. Give me the 2d6 damage.
Okay. Another 10. 2 5s.
Jeez. Quinn,
My shot.
you got your bow. Go ahead and hit it as the thing collapses on top of one of the ladies' corpses.
98. Going to get me in.
You managed to blast it. Go ahead. Roll damage.
6.
Off of a D8.
Yep.
All right. You managed to do that. You see the creature kind of tumble off to the side as the arrow exits its body. You see laying underneath it, there's a woman who she's kind of mortified, and she's trying to paw the wigglers off of her. About that same time, the vast sex demon just poofs away, and in its place are about 24 little sparkly purplish motes, which eventually they wink out of existence. But because this thing is crossing over into that realm of incompatibility with life, or what we call in the medical community, died suddenly, this, and whenever you finish with that, Amber comes out and she just douses him in 3 flasks of alchemist fire. This room smells terrible.
Filled with poop and worms.
There are far more pleasant smells you've encountered whenever the septic system is backed up at your job, or whenever your coworker at the chili cook-off comes out of the Skiddo can, or whenever you take a freshly soiled diaper off of a baby and the Gerber wasn't that fresh. These are some of my many smells.
Oh, how we're missing out on the smell-o-vision.
I know, right? If only we were in smell-o-vision. Now filmed in 4D Quadrovision.
Guess we're lucky.
As the trauma of that battle kind of loops around your mind a little bit, the Terriers give you accolades and try to help you as you're getting everybody on their feet and mobilized and mobile. It takes a lot of work, but you're able to get all 12 of the young ladies on their feet moving out of here.
God, this battle is so horrible, like, psychologically. I won't be able to eat sausage, pasta, like all the good foods that an adventurer could afford, more than a dirt farmer. Oh my God.
Yeah, I won't ever be able to look at sausage the same way. After seeing him without his hair. Sorry.
Like, I had some ideas, but I just don't. I'm still trying to figure out, like, spell casting on, like, what would be effective.
What would be an effective what?
Well, I was thinking, like, let's say, because I was more worried about us just getting boxed in and things collapsing with the worm guy coming up the back. But let's say he wasn't there and it was just the winged demon thing. What if I would have cast Mage Hand to grab his wang, and then the following round, Expeditious Retreat on the Mage Hand? Would that have ended the fight sooner?
That's an inventive usage of it.
He might like it.
I would roll a saving throw for the demon to see if he would have, like, tearing, or if, like, it would have resisted the Mage Hand and it would have slipped out of hand, would have slipped out of your grasp. I know that sounds a little bit more disgusting than what it is, but these are some of the things that just come to mind while you're going about a tabletop session. I like the inventiveness of that. That in of itself is worth a tug.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think.
I mean, I want to try to hit him in the crotch, but I never got a decent roll. I didn't get a single decent roll.
That's what makes it a game. You can have the best stats,
like,
the best character, the best plan. If you can't hit, it all buckles pretty quick.
Yeah.
But I think me and Lemmy need to work on some drills.
Yeah.
Like, Bruce, prestidigitation, would you allow that to create a, like, little fog bank, like a Cape of Mountebank?
You could create a fog bank with, like, a second level spell, because there's fog cloud. That's the first level spell.
I'm just thinking, like, more of like the little magician's puff. Enough to distract and maybe let him
poof, stabby.
Blend into the shadows.
Prestidigitation is like, the first level spells in this game are what would be considered cantrips in other games, but they have a cost to them. because a lot of them that are written in the core rulebook of Pathfinder really aren't that powerful. But whenever you use them every round and you have the potential chance, especially as a high-level caster, to wrap one off every 4 seconds, that's when they cross the line from being like, oh, that's cool, that's a bonus little spell, yay. They're like, no, we have to have that, have an actual tangible cost to it. And so they don't have a whole lot of punch for first level. Second level spells are where you start getting into things like Magic Missile, Fog Cloud, Sleep, things that actually do have consequences. Charm Person will last maybe hours or days, depending on how well you treat the subject and how smart they are. It's second level spells, first level spells, there's a huge difference. And there's an even neater difference between second and third level spells.
Hey, Janet. She must have walked away.
Yeah, I think she stepped for a second. More creative.
Let me see if Fog Cloud's in my list of spells I was going to put in for Bard.
Hey, Shadow, how's it going?
Yeah, just something to, enhance our teamwork, but start that's symbiosis that what I have can assist the other players in getting their mainstays to start working smoother.
Yeah, I do have a Fog Cloud 1 for first level, which it's a fog cloud and it only has like a 10-foot radius. And then at third level, it's like a clone version of the Pathfinder fog cloud, which is like a 20-foot radius. But there is like a first level spell for fog cloud. And it looks like, you guys, let me narrate. Hey, Shadow, how you doing, sir? He says, thanks for stopping by the other night. Want to say howdy and see how alpha test. We're not doing bad. I'm with alpha testing. Like whenever you're writing something or you're trying to modify something, you're trying to make it to where it's either more accessible or more walled off, and it just is a constant game of like, how does this benefit? How can this be abused? And when you get into the spells, that's where your entire day goes into something different. I don't see why Fog Cloud wouldn't be a bard spell. So I guess the thing for me to do, Flatey,
I don't mind going to like a school to learn it or pay for it.
You actually want to talk to a mentor.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's a cool tower.
It is.
Was that done out of a Pringles can, or was that
Gorilla? Well, technically, tape tubes and a little bit of cardboard for the top to give it a little bit slightly different
cool
shape here.
So
it's
what
slightly
did you
bigger.
put on it? How'd you get it to look like that?
Shadow, I got to give you some credit. The other night when I stopped by your stream on Thursday after our stream, our chill stream was not planned like that. We were supposed to actually have a subject and discuss something, but it was a chill stream, so we invited some people that we kind of abandoned our topics.
Mm-hmm.
Next week we'll do post-apocalyptic, but I stopped over at your place and one, saw a lot of good people, and two, with the good people, like you have Mech Thompson on your channel. That's great. He's a very nice man.
He's a solid dude.
Yeah, he's gifted me and Janet our own, I guess you'd say, accoutrements for religious use, which really appreciate I'm not a Catholic by any means, but I value the Catholic religion. There's a lot of it that's very, very good for us and good for the planet. And there's a lot of history that a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that the Catholics recorded. Sorry, guys. that being said, I'm not Catholic, but he gave me something, and like I kind of use it. I put it to use for my own use, and I think it's a really pretty crucifix. And guys, is a very solid man. Definitely a guy you want in your foxhole. And then secondly, you have like 10 or 15 people just watching your channel, not including the ones that were on the panel itself. It was great. I'm so happy for you, man. And this is kind of the thing that I was asking my friends, whenever we were talking about table breakers, like, one, Shadow's he's not from here. And two, like, I see the guy growing. I feel like in a lot of aspects, we were not helping you. Not that we're bad, but just like we helped you get to a certain point. But our ability to boost you up was, I have short arms. I like you. I want you to keep growing. I want you to get monetized. I want you to make that money. And I want you and Jack to just have a great time while you're on the YouTube or while you're doing the social media thing. You guys are solid people. Appreciate you.
Yep.
As to how I made it look like this, Janet, this is just some twisted tea boxes on top of the tape rolls and then dry brushing.
Really looks adorable.
Hey, Michael.
This is you said you wanted the dice tower, and I figured I'm going to send you something anyway, and these things are literally easy for me to make, so this is yours.
It turned out really good, and that looks like dirt at the bottom, like it's on dirt, like a dirt.
Yeah, it's a trick I learned online from watching terrain builds. You can take some old tea, you bake it after you're done with it, so it's got nothing left in it, and then you use that as terrain. I made sure to seal it with some clear coat lacquer, though, so it ain't going anywhere.
Probably bring you on a few times here and there during the year, Shadow, if you're up to it. I'm going to put it to the table breakers, but I don't have any ill feelings to you. And boy, I like I said, I want you to grow, and a rising tide raises all boats. That's something that a lot of people don't understand in YouTube. Connell was here before the stream. He was on camera with us, but he's getting his ass kicked right now. If you could say a couple prayers to the big guy, that'd be fantastic, because it looks like he's at less than a handful of hit points right now. He's not feeling his usual self. Now, mind you, I think maybe this is a blessing in disguise as well, because it's helping him get a little healthier. He is dropping a little bit of weight. Not saying how he needs to live his life, but I'm worried about him at a certain size, and I would like him to be, preferably height, weight appropriate, thick if need be. I don't want him to be dangerously obese. I don't want him to have heart issues. I don't want him to go off in his 40s or 50s like a lot of my friends. Fuck, my friend Paul died at 34. But yeah, he's doing okay. He needs to be able to get through this. He's got a week of hell ahead of him. A couple more big appointments, and he should be out in the clear to where he can smoke cigars again if he wants to. Not a good idea. Not a good idea, Connell. But you do you,
Stick
man.
with the beer. Beer's a little bit more healthier.
Appreciate that for him.
Just as long as he doesn't drink any of those health beers. Ugh.
I'm so thankful there's not a green beer.
I don't like beer, personally. I like wine.
You ain't climbing that mountain.
Wine is fine, but liquor is quicker.
Yeah, well, I say beer because it's easier. I technically prefer ale.
Oh, on the subject of dice towers, if you got a Dollar Tree nearby, Janet, in your vicinity, pick up one of those white foam boards. You can peel off the back, and it's just the foam. Then you chop it up into bricks. You can use PVA glue to glue it on your tube and do fake brickwork, and then you can paint it up or use
I have tons of that. I do all kinds of stuff
Mod Podge and all that.
with that.
So,
Yeah, that's great. That's a good idea. Thanks.
And Shadow, stay healthy, man. I know you and your son like to ride bikes. Keep at that. That's
Yeah, he's probably the healthiest out of all of us.
out of all of us. Yeah, him and Janet. The rest of us, You can see Richard Simmons a few times in the morning, you know. Not for gayness, for the exercise.
Do the best you can to take
I've worked hard to defile my temple.
I'm just saying the breakfast bowl I had earlier was really good, but I probably could do a couple push-ups. You guys get back up to the surface after about 3 hours of slow going through the sewers.
With the girls, how many of them live?
Right now, you've got all 12 alive. Oh. They're not in good shape.
Okay.
As you're getting them outside, the one that worried you and Amber the most cries out in pain and slumps to the ground.
Okay. Well,
one of the terriers that's with you, he looks at Mongoose. Hey, listen, she needs to be carried. She can't be walking anymore. He gives you a spell, Mongoose. It's a spell called Floating Disc. It'll take up 2 pages of your spell book.
DISC, right?
DISC or DISK, depends on what part of the world you're at.
Okay, because for those hard of hearing, it might sound like something different.
He gives that to Mongoose. Mongoose, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay. When you cast it, it takes you about a full. It's not a quote unquote ritual spell, or it's not a normal battle spell. This is what's more considered like more of a ritual spell because it takes about 60 seconds or longer to cast. But after you finish casting, you have a small. It's like a 5-foot diameter disc. And it hovers at hip-high level.
Okay.
This is a slow-moving disc. It will not go above 5 miles per hour. But you can carry up to 500 pounds on it at its max. Right now, it'll carry 200 pounds on it. And that young girl is completely under 200 pounds. But you can cast Floating Disc, and it'll hover within about 10 feet of you, and you can direct it. Now, when you have this spell active, this spell will last for an hour per level. It's a very slow-moving spell. There is no trotting along with it. You are moving cautiously. And as a small bonus, because of how this is, it also gives off this little faint bluish glow.
I presume this is a level 2 spell?
I'm going to step away briefly. I'll be right back.
Thank you, sir. All right, go ahead and do that, Six Nations. There is green beer. I mean, green beer is in like quote unquote healthy beer. That's called wine, sir, and they make it a different way. Green beer is up in Chi-Town or Chirac and other places. Sometimes it tastes good. Most of the time it doesn't. It works. Yeah, all of us could. All of us could use a few pounds be dropped. That's good to see. Thank you, sir. Group for the party. All right. So anyway, one of the terriers, he's got some stuff in his little wheelbarrow that he stashed along the alleyway. When you are making your way back towards the temple to drop off these girls, the terriers that are with you are very happy. They're very thankful that you're there. For the long and the short of it, it takes you 40 minutes to get to the Temple of Mir. As you arrive, the women are slowly escorted away towards the hospice area where they can get their diagnosis and they can be treated.
Mm-hmm.
And soaked in holy water.
I was going to say, once they get a healing potion in them, they should just straight dunk them. Like back to tank style.
The spell they're going to probably use on them is a cure disease spell, which will kill the embryos. A man in a bluish robe, signified of the Hospitalier Corps for the Church of Mir, addresses you. Oh, Isabella, Sordom of our church, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You and your group have done a noble endeavor, retrieving these young ladies from the bowels of the city from a horrible, horrible demonologist and criminal. We need to probably do an exam on the 5 of you just to make sure there's no parasites or lingering effects. Nothing detrimental, but we do want to make sure that every last taint of Kelvin is smited from the globe.
Okay.
As long as you consent to this, that'll be fine. And then afterwards, we're going to request that you take a week off, if that's okay. Not just you, Isabella, all of you. Mongoose and Lemmy, Quinn, I know you like to make money, but you need to rest. The encounter you just had it scars people. It causes them suffering, and then they repeat it. They stumble over it mentally, and it affects them. And you need to take active time away from things that normally the endeavors of life, the pursuit of a mundane. You need to take an active stance and look at going about life to where you focus on cleaning out those miserable twinges and sensations and the horrible feelings that you may have had with him being in such close proximity. Mongoose, as he's talking about this, you can see at the edges of your vision little squirmy worms around the borders of whatever you're looking at.
Lovely. I step forth. It would seem I have been infected.
Oh, let me just have one of the acolytes take you in the back, and we will sanitize your clothing. We'll put your gear in a safe location. None of it will be donated as a tithe to the church unless you so choose. But if you do, the Church of Mir will thank you and be ever so grateful.
I hand over. I say you can have 50 of my gold coins as a tithe.
I was going to say I'll watch your sword and all your important things for you while you go get cleaned up.
As you're standing there and you do that, you present the 50 gold coins. A character with a large black hat and it looks like a black robe. He says, yes, the tithe, ever so much. Thanks to you, the Church of Mir will be more than happy to treat you and your friends to the best of accommodations and make sure that you are free of all taints. My name is Father Guido Sarducci, and I approve of this action. He takes your coins and he goes away.
I recognize that name.
You have to pay for your sins. Masturbation adds up.
Mongoose, they lead you back there. The young lady that's escorting you back towards the treatment center, she addresses you and she says, "My name is Lady Alyssa, and I've been a member of the church for over 3 years. I've been endeavoring to be a priest within our community. It's different. I did not realize there was actual work I had to do. She takes your gear and she puts it into a actual trunk, a lock box, and she says, "This is the key for your gear locker when you need that. Your clothing that you have on, all the items you had when you were involved with a fight with that thing, we're going to put in this sanctified white bag, and you are given a curtain to pretty much stand behind and disrobe and just put everything in there." She will take that, and then she says, "Is there a prestidigitation spell you could cast on yourself to give yourself one final dusting?"
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and do that to yourself. And while you do that, I'll grab you a fluffy robe. She hands you a bluish, like it's like a sky blue fluffy robe, and this thing goes all the way down to your shins. It's nice and warm, you might add. I'm just gonna say, like, they don't have Maytag in your world, but it feels like it. Nice. You put on this little fluffy robe and you tie it around your waist, and you step back around, and she says to you, okay, let's go to the treatment and get everything started and make sure that you don't have anything that causes you grief in the future, because the last thing I want to do is have to deal with another outbreak of worms in the city." And as she says that, her face goes from angelic, sweet girl next door to Rachel Ziegler talking about filming Snow White. Mongoose, you're treated like a landed member of gentry when you're here, and they do everything they can to try to show you courtesy and politeness. Many of these people are not professional hospitality people, but they are, when they pass you off to somebody new, when a new doctor comes in or a new cleric or a new priest comes into your room, they always say, "This is Sir Mongoose," and they nod. And so you're assuming that maybe your bribery or tithing, however you want to classify that, that's exactly like what you've greased the wheels very well. And they treat you like they treat you like they've known you for a while. They seem to be genuinely interested with your health. And about 4 hours will go by, and finally one of the clerics summons Alyssa, and Alyssa comes in, and she has a few ointments, and she has a couple of scrolls, and it takes about a 30-minute ritual for them to pull that little embryo wormling out of you. As they get all of that scraped out, you had a piece of it on your arm, and they managed to get all of it. All of it is brought out and into a bucket. And like when I say bucket, like the bucket was nice looking, but about 3 seconds of having these little things writhing and squirming and wrangling around inside them, you wouldn't give that bucket to a janitor at a public high school. You would give that bucket to a peroxide creation or a peroxide manufacturer and say, "Help us." This stuff that goes in it, that was inside you, the worm failed on what it wanted to do with you. It was trying to do communion with you, which, if you've ever read the book or the novella The Things, it's a sequel to the movie The Thing from 1982. Just saying, if you're bored on your browser, open up another tab and look up the booklet or the book called The Things, the sequel to The Thing. And in your time away, go ahead and read that. It'll scare the shit out of you.
It's good. I'm about halfway through.
Yeah, it's really good. If you want to know what really happens afterwards, it's a very, very accurate, very... If you want to play a good bad guy, I recommend The Things. And that's kind of what I'm drawing from right now. But,
yeah, like D&D equivalent would be what the Aboleth,
yes,
some ancient creature from a bygone era that's just been around the block a few times. You get to hear the inner workings of its mind, and with the Things, how it used to be this all-encompassing cosmic being, millions of worlds, but now it's reduced to this little pulpy flesh thing, and how it wants to be part of the collective again. Creepy AF.
Yeah. It 5-6 hours go by, and all of you are still at the temple in various stages of dress or undress. Quinn, while you're there, the thing you notice is that a lot of the acolytes or curates that are here, they seem to be humming some sort of song or medley. And one of the young men tells you the story of it, and it's actually part of the hymn to Gerant Gilboeth is the name.
Okay.
Gilboeth, and it's about a church hero, and talks about the first 3 verses of it. Talk about the various things he did before he left here to join the Army of Light. And it's got a very Sabaton-like feel when it's actually performed the way it's supposed to be. But the way a lot of these curates hum it, they hum it in a way that a 1960s auto commercial would make it sound. They kind of suck the soul right out of it.
So they're doing the jazzed up Muzak version.
Yes.
Can I roll Bardic Knowledge to see if maybe I can, within my experiences, remember the original and play it out as it should be?
Yeah, you go ahead, roll Bardic Knowledge.
How's it going, Kronos?
94. Wish I'd have rolled like that earlier. That'd have been nice.
I don't know what it was. Earlier, we were all like rolling a D4 for 10s, and it didn't work well.
Our dice are afraid of combat, apparently.
I have seen it. It happens. And it can snowball.
If you would like to donate just 5 cents a day,
to say go limp when
you can buy a new D10 per person per day the next month.
For a starving gamer.
For a failing game with janky dice.
With Sarah McLachlan playing in the background.
Oh, I hate that commercial.
Sarah McLachlan comes to town and all the dogs run away.
They just jump in the pit of acid like Rick and Morty.
I will remember you.
And I actually like her music, but the commercial just, it was just so much, and it was just so overdone. But 94, does that allow me to like refresh my memory, commit it to memory, maybe blend in a little bit of how they're doing it with how I've heard it before?
Yes. Yes, it does. also, you remember that there's a chorus to it that is not often sung about, where Gilboa, Geraint of Gilboa, was always he was always looking to bring others up as he ascended the ranks. And it talks about the chorus talks about how he would take his best men and do extra field training, and he put his entire life on hold. He did not have a family. He did not marry. He did not marry the priestess that the temple wanted him to, and instead he focused every aspect of what he did into making the people that were with him into a better fighting unit. And as tales of his exploits spread, offers of being a mercenary were rejected, and he kept his faith in Mir. And that was basically the chorus that you recall. So now you have something, and if you sing that around Isabella's probably going to pour herself a glass of wine and just sit and cry. Every bit of statuary or every piece of art in Geraint of Gilboa, everything that looks like him is about as handsome as every World War II active duty soldier or sailor. Like, you ever look at those pictures and those guys just look like they're like full of vim and vigor and ready to blow up Nazis? Mm-hmm. This is the same look that they give this guy. Like, there's never one where he's like fat and got a beer in one hand and a hamburger in another, and he's celebrating with his fat wife. No, he's always fit and trim. A couple of them are of him shirtless with a long sword and a shield in the other hand, showing the other soldiers how to fight. And,
Beast Paladin.
Yeah.
The clerical term is Chad.
The bards of the time would try to have reenactments where they would be, I am Geraint of Gilboa, and like there'd be a bunch of ladies nearby. Oh my God, I'm ready to be pregnant.
Well, pregnancy is an afterthought.
That's why you wear the anti-pregnancy glasses.
That's right.
Here, put on this nun outfit and have it. It'll drop your charisma and comeliness by 8 points, and you'll be considered normal.
Not in some areas.
I can see through your ruse. That nun habit and robe does nothing against my sex drive. One of my friends, we had this Halloween party back in 2006. No, it was 2005. This miserable party we had where out in the middle of nowhere, but we had to drive this school bus thinking that there was going to be a bunch of people going out to it, and they were charging like 20 people a head to go to this place. It was really nice. The barn was decorated nice. Everybody out there was in a $300 costume, or at least had spent 70 hours or more on it. Well, me and my buddies, we went out there. I was dressed like a convict, and then he was dressed like a pope, and his wife was a pregnant lady herself, so she dressed up like a nun, who was pregnant as hell. And we were asked to leave. Okay. So.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I had to go to work that night anyway. Didn't matter. We went over to, we went, had fun, and then we left. I went to work. I did my 12-hour shift. So after everybody has their time getting cured up, is there anything you want to ask the priests or the lay clerics or any of the hospitaliers, anybody, any questions for them? Because the Church of Mir goes through a lot of work, not just with you, but with the dozen women that you brought up from the bowels of the city. Not a single one of them will be getting out of the hospice anytime soon. There's a couple of them that, as the treatments are applied, 2 of them absolutely their bodies reject the treatments, and there has to be a cleanup team involved. None of these girls are in a general treatment area. They're all in separate, what could be described as cells, but it's easier to clean up that way if things go wrong.
Isolation.
2 of them, yeah, they have to be in isolation.
I'd like to ask a question.
Go ahead.
What do they feel is going to be any after effects of the worms?
The side effects or lingering effects that'll happen, possibly that could happen, is that you're going to have small hallucinations. You're going to have small hallucinations or flashbacks, maybe some PTSD. That'll be the lingering effects of this this miserable thing that was on this plane. Kelvin, the worm that walked, is luckily we got a hold of him when he was still very low power and he was only able to conjure a sex demon.
Yeah.
But
the sex demon, did it impregnate any of the girls?
Yeah, those were the 2 that had to get removed or processed.
Are there after effects going to be different than what happened with the worms?
No, those 2 girls that were tainted by the sex demon, those 2 girls were laid with a seed that would literally blow up the moment that divine magic was laid upon them. And so as soon as they started getting treated, the doctor or the cleric that was involving himself within the treatment is getting treated right now. The young girl that had been tainted is no more. She blew up from the belly out.
Kind of like Slither.
Yeah.
Like Alien in the movie?
You could say that like that. Have you seen the movie Slither, Janet?
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Slither?
No, I haven't.
Okay, we'll have to put Slither on our list of movies to see.
For Halloween too?
It'll be a good Halloween movie.
Okay.
It's kind of a comedy, but along the same lines as like Cabin in the Woods.
Oh, okay.
Which is like one of my favorites.
That's a good.
As we're like batting around in the temple, I'm assuming it's similar to many other temples. You can have
is it worms too, Slither, or is it snakes?
Slither's worms, I believe.
Yeah,
worms. Alien worms.
Yes.
I wonder why they don't call it squirm instead of Slither.
Because Squirm actually exists.
Classic.
That's a 1977 movie.
Oh.
My bad.
Well, I have a question about the
different priest, right?
What?
I'm looking for, like how like many churches that there's different ranks, people with different level, different jobs. I'm just looking for somebody who would know more about the occult to see if this is over or if we just like closed chapter 1.
I was going to be asking the same exact question.
Good idea.
A couple of the clerics tell you when you ask that, they're like, you probably want to talk to Father Thaddeus. He'd be the one to inquire about that because he spent some time as a divinatory speaker before he converted fully over to the faith. And so he's got some abilities as a diviner, but needless to say, if something like this pops up again, we know who we're coming to. We're going to talk to you. you've been in front of this thing. You've been in the presence of it. You understand the level of evil it has. And even Alyssa, the accomplished temple priestess, she tells Quinn the same thing. She says, I could say that I think we're done with Mr. Kelvin, but in 3 years we might have an outbreak as one of the abominations he created makes its way to the surface, and it finds itself an orphanage, or worse, a home for the elderly or infirm.
Or that was going to bring up my next idea, was that if the temples truly appreciate the service we provided, is it possible to remove the taint from these lower levels?
Flush like 20 or 30 gallons down the drain of holy water,
and we just lost 6 nations. I'm just saying, you do a job. If the job's over, you have to clean the job site, and sometimes you have to sanitize it instead of leaving it dirty and waiting for it to just start up all over again.
I have an idea.
We were actually wanting to see if you would be acceptable with that idea. Alyssa lets the cat out of the bag. She says, Father Thaddeus was probably going to talk to you about this because he's indisposed today. He's doing something else for someone else. But tomorrow, he was wanting to know if he'd be able to have a discussion with you.
I'd be very amenable. Won't speak for the rest of
why don't
the
you
group. They have their own voices.
Why don't the 5 of you stop by tomorrow, and we will have that, because if we can do this tomorrow with him, he's our regional, I guess you'd say, voice for any sort of oracle or anything of that nature. We don't typically go into things like that. We don't feel it's exactly a part of the church that we want to focus on. We don't want to try to widen our focus. We want to have a narrow focus. We want to be good at what we do. But Father Thaddeus is not a man who's a young boy. He's almost 80 winters old, and he spent a considerable amount of his time as diviner, and then he joined the church, and now the church has helped him become the man that he wants to be, and he's got a small group of people within the church that are actually following the same path he took. So there might be more like him in the future. What that means is that they're mainly just individuals that they don't try to foretell portents. They don't try to look to the future, but they do a lot of recording and pattern recognition.
I wanted to ask a question. Is there any way that we can get everyone from the church that has a position of holiness? Can we all go as a big group and go through the tunnels and stuff and bless them? Wouldn't that make it harder for them to rejuvenate down there? Could we make it like holy ground?
Holy sewers.
Well, go in and try to do like what is it called? Get rid of the evil, expel the evil from down there, like a.
We would be better served to actually
cleanse the sewers, so to speak.
We would actually be better to go towards the input or the inflow of the sewers and set up some sort of, I'd say, purification at that point. At least do that at first to at least start to sanitize.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have to be like a physical sanitation, although that'd be preferred. If I'm going to go down there, I would vomit every 3 steps. Alyssa continues. She says, I would have a very hard time in the sewers. I'm not built for that sort of thing. Cormac looks at her and he's like, I know what you're built for.
Yeah. Oh, two things real quick. I need to get a little bit of wood for the house.
The fire.
Yep. And I also need to get something to eat. Thanks to circumstances this morning, I didn't get a chance to get anything to eat.
Okay. Go ahead and do that.
It's always good to have a little bit of wood.
Yeah. All right, let you guys know when I get back.
Thank you. I'm going to grab a chair. Actually, I want to grab two of them. Okay.
Yeah, if we could go down there, purify, bless, or put up wards, that would be cool.
Yeah, I just
The majority of people that are down or that are here at the temple, after you've spent about 4 hours here, after about 4 hours, you start recognizing a lot of these people. Start getting able to call them by their first names. Of course, Isabel already knows like the majority of the people here, and she could probably go into like who's the father of who's the brother or sister of who. This person here, they're one of our head kitchen staff, and the days where they're here, they want to be lazy, so expect waffles. And that's when you hear the other clerics or acolytes say, "Ooh, waffles." These individuals that are here after about 6 hours, you all of you receive your treatment. If you were hurt for any damage, they cure that up. They take care of that. In the final, after the 6 hours, after the last of you is released from care, the 5 of you are together again, and you are brought in front of what appears to be an older man who identifies himself as Father Thaddeus. There's also the temple accountant, Father Guido Sarducci. Then there's the 17 families of various landed gentry or even nobility of the town that are there present. And Father Guido Sarducci says, "Listen, you guys have done an amazing job. Between you and the group of terriers, we're going to seat you. You 11 are going to be seated in front. And then the families of the nobility will be put behind. Father Thaddeus is going to discuss the situation as it is, as it happened. And then afterwards, we're going to have a Q&A session. Let the nobles and gentry ask questions first. Yes, little puppy, we love you. But then once we get through all the questions, if you have questions, that'd be probably something we want to go into further discussion on. Is that okay?
If anyone wants to buy some dogs, hit me up in Discord.
Any Korean restaurants that would like to have, in addition to their menu, please contact 6 Nations 31 Kings.
I should take them to Jade Gardens right down the street from me.
When you walk your dogs past the Japanese restaurant, do you see the owner rubbing his hands together when he looks at your dogs?
I will tell you a true story. There was a Pond's restaurant built on the corner of the street where my friend from junior high lived. And we used to get Chinese takeout, and he would walk his dog down the street while we were going past it one weekend. And in the back where they have their trash cans and a dumpster, there was a crap ton of Alpo and Purina boxes. And we don't know whether they were using them for the takeout to put the takeout boxes in, or if they were eating what eventually was the takeout. But yeah, that was a crazy little adventure there.
And Janet, you'd be happy. I'm sitting down with my feet elevated at my heart level. I don't have a taller chair to put them in to elevate them above my heart, but that's what's going on.
Kronos, after the battle with the worm thing, like pasta and sausages are out of the question. It's going to be a basic breakfast. Got weird ass S&M demons and
Bio break.
All right.
remember to turn off your mic.
Yes, please. Got me some good stuff. Mm. Oh my God, that's good. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, noticed that Skeletor in the background just made me think of all the horrible memes of Skeletor recently.
Well, I posted a picture in Discord of what I'm drinking. If anyone wants to see what it is. Mm.
Sorry, I'm getting tea ready.
No.
I could have shared the intermission video, but I didn't think about that far ahead. Let me grab this handful of grapes, get those ready for the tea, and
What's the intermission video?
you don't know the intermission video?
Mm-mm.
Oh God!
Like the old movie theater one.
Is it bad? Oh, the
No,
one
no.
with the popcorn and stuff?
Yeah.
Let's all go to the lobby.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Okay. I thought it was something different.
Hold on, I'll pull it up, and that way you guys can.
There's a whole slew of them that are appropriate for the intermission. There's a couple that are inappropriate for the intermission, but it'd be damn funny.
Did you see that YouTube took down Angry Cops' last video?
No, I didn't.
Yep.
What?
Which one was it?
He was making fun of the Houthi rebels.
Oh yeah, I saw that last night, but
yeah.
I didn't know it got taken down.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it only lasted a couple hours.
yeah, it looks like he just put like a modified version back up or a commentary about them taking it down.
Yeah, I need to make a couple videos about my warnings. If I get one more strike, I'm gone. So
Really?
yep. Oh, I'll send you
Well,
that.
YouTube success, and
I'll send you that.
we don't need it.
Hold on your messages. Where is it? Oh.
Who wants to be dictated to by a bunch of commie bastards anyways?
Step right over to our refreshment center for the most extravagant array of refreshment goodies ever assembled under one roof. Enjoy breathtaking, mouth-watering goodies. Everything from a snack to a delicious full meal. At our refreshment center, you'll find a large variety of goodies to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, or your sweet tooth. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Visit our refreshment center now. The show starts in 5 minutes.
I'll get one strike taken off by if I can be good until April 7th.
Hey, can you play guitar? Yeah, what can you play?
The show starts in 4 minutes.
And where do you get this intermission thing?
This was on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
The other night I was watching an old civil defense video on nuclear
The show
filters.
starts in 3 minutes.
And after they would give you the bullet point of whatever topic they were speaking about, it would beep. So it was actually taken from like one of those slide films that we had back in the day. You'd have the cassette player with the audio, and then you'd have the projector and the slides of the slide film. And after the beep, you would advance to the next slide.
Starts in 2 minutes.
The days before animation was popular. Are they going to do something inappropriate?
The show starts in 1 minute.
So entertaining.
And now, on with the show.
Makes me so happy that I can find that, pull it up, and be. We're almost like a real channel, Mom.
How are your parents?
Oh, we could go so inappropriate.
My parents.
I agree with you, Kronos.
My dad wonders about me because he's like, all you ever do is you're writing and rewriting the same stuff for your adventure game you're writing. And there's 40,000 other adventure games. You can't use one of those. You have to write your own. Shut up, Dad. You're not the boss of me.
Has your dad ever played before?
35 years ago, he tried Star Wars D6 when I was 13.
Well, at least he tried. He made an effort.
I'd like to think as a dungeon master I've gotten better and not regressed. I'm pretty certain there's part of me that's regressed. Yeah, Kronos, that's part of the show. I'm getting my drinky drink ready, so.
Well, at least you're not like rehashing dungeons from like the old SSI PC games. And
Hold on, wait a second. I love Ruins of Adventure, young man. That was a formative book in my travels, and it was utterly necessary as a 13-year-old boy to not know that module existed. Otherwise, I would have completely ruined the ending of Pool of Radiance for me back when I was 15. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Some of you are like, what the fuck? Okay. It's all right. SSI, what are you talking about? Don't pay no mind. If you stare at it too long, it's like looking into the sun. Don't do that. Bruce, what do you mean? No. This is enjoyable stuff from my beginnings. But if you try to enjoy it now, in this age of 2024, you're going to be like, this was a game. It's like
Chronos immaturity keeps me young.
That's right. You never grow old.
One of my favorite games on PC for the longest time I played the ugly version of Dwarf Fortress, which is a easy way to lose whole weeks of your life.
Whole weeks?
It is whole weeks of your life will go away. If I would have had this when I was in the hospital, I would have died because I would not have moved. I would have just stared at my phone till my death with nothing changing on my face. You get dopamine face whenever you're using your phone too long and you don't smile or laugh. You're just flipping and tapping, swiping and tapping your fucking glass in the phone because you're fucking in. You're in fucking.
You have an out of body experience while your body's on autopilot.
Yeah, your body's on autopilot. Well, if I would have had COVID and been playing Dwarf Fortress, I would have been dead. Because I would have gotten more upset if you take the phone away from me. Hold on, I'm trying to fix the cats. And so I started playing the new version of Dwarf Fortress, which is $30 to look at Super Nintendo graphics on my PC, which is multi-thousands of dollars.
So much has come since like the 80s and ASCII graphics, and here we are like revisiting the 90s with these high-end computers. It's awesome.
The ASCII graphics mean something, okay? So I'm just saying I'm very thankful they released a new version. So you guys can see how my corpse dies whenever I don't move for too long. Oh,
yeah, as much as I'm kind of a purist, I am slowly enjoying the fact that there's some visual representation. It's not just here's a blinking icon of an E. What's going on with that?
And that's the majority of playing Dwarf Fortress. What's that blinking? What's that going on there? Let's go to the legend and I decipher this. Hurry, Billy, get out your decoder wheel. What did Orphan Annie say? Make sure to drink your Ovaltine. Damn you! Damn you, Orphan Annie! Okay. So,
I'm back.
Welcome back.
We just had an intermission, so your timing is amazing.
Impeccable.
These nobles brought into the auditorium, and you were seated in front with the terriers that went with you. And then behind you is a whole bunch of other people that Father Guido Sarducci and Father Thaddeus speak. We've had a cancer within the city for a very long while, and it was underneath our feet. Nobody had known of it. However, recently, a very valiant group of adventurers from Gilboath, the same city which gave our church Garant of Gilboath, they have given us an adventuring party of which the likes these young people have the same fierce devotion to living happy and free and healthy lives as our own hero Garant did 300 years ago. What happened was there was a creature committing numerous crimes against humanity and civilization in general. The families that are gathered here, they are the victims. Many of them have lost loved ones. Many of them do not realize it, but they are the lucky ones. For there's another group of young ladies and men that currently are fighting for their lives in a medical sense. They have been infested with something which is taxing our resources, and we are doing our best to keep these young people alive as they are in isolation. We're waiting on the caravan to arrive so we can have the medical supplies. And once that happens, we'll be able to put this behind us. They will be cured. They'll be back with their families. They'll be able to receive treatment. They'll be able to receive the type of help to where they can put it emotionally behind them. It is not a healthy situation in the least. But for the moment, we do have a small battle that has turned into a victory, and that's because of this group of individuals, the heroes of the Gilboa, which have came out of literal youth. Many of them have not even had their full growth spurt past them. They look right over at Carmack when they say that. That young boy is only 16 years old. He will not be a man till he's 20. He may grow another foot to the side or to the height. We do not know which. But these people are young, and they have done much more than many in the city who claim to be brave and who claim to be working in the better interests of those around them. They've actually gone out and answered the call. They've answered the call for those crying and help in need. There's something fearful below us. They pursued Kelvin. They actually found him. They fought with him. They engaged in him and in vile sorceries which he conjured from the depths of the abyss. This man was rendered into obscurity by fire and salt and magic. And a bow shot. Don't forget the bow and arrow. Yes, indeed. There was a bow and arrow fired. Very good. It all contributed to his demise. And we have the bits of remains that we can seal away after we've committed it to brimstone and fire. The great altar, lined with mesquite, ready to burn. There have been people within that adventuring party which have been treated, and hopefully they'll continue their exercises and continue to strengthen their bodies and minds and not allow the emotional damage to be a lingering factor. We must give thanks to these people. They have been the ones to bring 12 people up from the bowels of the city, and they have been the ones to actually do the hard work of making sure that their names of the people that were victims are not forgotten. Andrea Noble, Colleen Abernathy, those two young ladies were tainted, and they are lost. When we tried to apply healing magics to them, the demonic infusion within their bodies exploded in a messy display, and the clerics which were laying upon the spells of healing had to be treated themselves. They may not actually have the ability to do their job right. They might see that moment of death as the viscera and bone explodes outward from the wound, where the vile seed was deposited. This is a level of evil we're fighting, and this is why we tell you not to place your faith in mere men. Placing your faith in a higher power is a much more assured way to at least have some peace in life, because that higher power will not disappoint you on a level that your neighbor will. It's terrible what happened. There's 10 other people which are in the infirmary right now being treated in isolation. Their bodies have been receptive to the healing magics. you will have your family members returned to you within 2 to 3 weeks. We're sorry. We're sorry that we had lost some people. We're sorry we weren't there. We were sorry we did not know that this lay beneath us. And now that I've said my piece, Father Guido Sarducci, do me the favor, sir, and begin your Q&A session. All right, my name is Father Guido Sarducci, and if you may direct your questions to me, I will first ask from the gentry and the nobility. I need to know which of you do have questions about what happened, because if not, we're going to talk directly to the terriers and the adventurers at hand. They'll become our sword arm for this. They will become the face of goodness and justice and retribution against these vile intruders. Mr. Sarducci, please do not show off your Hoonish ability and accent at this time. I am so sorry, sir. Thank you. After a few tepid questions from the nobility, one lady with a "I'd like to speak to your manager" haircut stands up. I'd like to ask the adventuring party, what could they have done to have saved my daughter, Andrea? She did not deserve to explode.
I will say this as bluntly but as politely as possible. We did not have the power to save her. We did what we could with the circumstances we were in. Nothing more, nothing less.
Can I go over and grab her hands and pray for her? Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to do that for the mother.
You guys see Isabella go and try to develop some tender moment of understanding and faith and grace to this lady. What is your charisma, Isabel?
Don't give me the light. Hold on. Wish I could memorize all this stuff. 13.
Okay. You're going to roll percentile dice and add 5. Do you have any ranks in diplomacy? Do you have any diplomacy skills?
Got a 30.
Okay. You're going to add a 35 to your die roll.
Okay. What does that mean? Sorry.
You're gonna go over there and touch her hand and be like, listen, let me just pray for you, because or whatever you want to say to her, but you're gonna roll a die and you're gonna add a 35 total to whatever you roll.
Okay, should I roll another percentile or a regular one?
Percentile, the 10s and the 1s.
Okay. So 2 of them or 1?
Just one set of percentile, and that means 1s and 10s digit.
Oh, okay. Here we go. I got a 50 and a 3, so 53.
Plus the 35 comes out to 88.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The woman, whatever you said to her about a minute later, registered that you are only able to deal with what's in front of you. And she realizes that you were there for her daughter too late. Whatever had happened wasn't within your control. The woman just leans into you, and like a 270-pound South Dakota Southern fried eating woman leans into you and bawls out 20 pounds of tears and salt, screaming the whole time, "Why?" That will go for about 5 or 10 minutes, and Father Guido Sarducci and Father Thaddeus both start to say something, but they realize you've got that situation mostly under control as you're there trying to help her, and this woman just needs, like, it hadn't hit her yet. Yeah. It didn't hit her. Not until you were in front of her face, and she could see like the recent wounds that had been healed, but like there's still obvious bruising that's got to naturally occur.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't notice that on you guys before. So the entire meeting stops for about 10 minutes. And after the lady pats you on the shoulder and says, "Thank you, Lady Isabella," she sits down. Some of the others begin to talk, and their loved ones quiet them down. What are you going to say? What are you going to say to them? We've lost our daughter. Our son's been killed. These people have done whatever they could to not let it happen anymore. Thaddeus comes back. I'd like to ask, is there any more members of the gentry and nobility which have any questions? At that point, little Miss Amber pops up and she says, "As a landowner, I'd like to ask a question." Go ahead, Lady Amber. We've only got certain things which we're allowed to do if somebody is able to stop something and it might transgress upon, say, city laws, but we have definitive proof on the site where if we stop something before it happens, can we trust the church to back us? Both Father Guido Sarducci and Thaddeus nod. Absolutely. If you are at the scene where there's a crime being committed and you use your best ability to stop it, preserve life, and to persevere in the act of goodness. Laws aren't always written to be good. Some laws are written to protect others. And you'll see that. That happens everywhere. But if you're able to preserve the good around you and preserve life, please do not hesitate. Amber says, "That's all I was wanting to ask." Father Guido Sarducci nods. He's like, "As much as you might joke about my abilities as an accountant, you have to understand that first I was a man. Now I know numbers. Now I know math. Now I know taxation. And now I know loophole. But before I knew all that, I was a man. And I wanted to get to tomorrow as happily as I could. I assume that most of you out there are just like I was. And I would hope to think that if you see me in trouble, you give me a hand. Because I surely would do my best for you." And then he says something which only your characters, not your players, would know. "I will see you in the 4th month. Bring your tax paperwork. We'll get through this together." And you guys laugh.
No taxation without representation.
It's fact! Okay. At that point, Father Thaddeus and Father Guido Sarducci look at you guys. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask of us, or maybe possibly ask the church?
No, my companions asked the questions I had earlier, so.
I was thinking more of like rolling escape artists to get out of this situation, maybe hit up the pub and down a few pints, because
Well,
it's all awkward for me.
I do have a question to the church that I asked earlier that no one gave me really an answer about. Besides just going to the entranceway of the sewers and doing a bless, I mean, is there anything else that we can do to like clean out the sewers to where that won't ever happen again? You know, with some type
Yeah,
of,
there was an answer to that, Janet.
Oh, what
that
was it?
Do a cleansing on where where all the water initially enters into the sewer. Do a cleansing or a blessing on that, so all the water that goes into the sewer is automatically holy.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I just heard that to the entranceway we do a blessing, and that would keep whoever went in or tried to go in wouldn't be able to. That's what
The work that is being described by Sir Mongoose is actually something that we have thought about for a while, in tandem with the group of individuals that ply our sewers, the Terriers, of which there's hundreds of Terriers within the city. We would be putting a couple. There's a couple different waterways which actually flow into the city of Reme, and you'll give me a moment to pull out the scroll that has this information. The Rimenos River flows in from the north. We have on both sides of the city is bisected by the Rimenos. I'm going to have to blow up my screen. I'm sorry to the rest of you. All right. Here's the city of Reme. The Rimenos comes into here. At these two key points, there's a set of sewers for both sides of the city. Not really a whole lot of Terriers operate here, although there is a few bands that operate within the admin island. But we could give us a couple of months. We will get something set up to have a holy water station set at the inflow to the sewers, which flow downhill. Would that be permissible?
I think it sounds good.
That's the best I have. I don't have a better idea than that. Somebody had said something earlier, and it would take us.
Yeah, I'm no civil engineer, but that sounds like
We're
a decent plan there.
Set up, and we'll get a civil engineer to involve with this. We don't want too many of them because then it turns into bureaucracy, and we don't want that. No. Father Guido Surgery says, keep your administration small, and you shall pass things through quickly and efficiently. You'll not have paperwork get landed onto a desk where it sits and collects dust, and generations pass. Thank you, Father Guido. Father Guido Sarducci looks over at Quinn. Do you happen to know anything by ZZ Top?
Pearl necklace?
If you can play that, we will adjourn this meeting. I am getting rather dry.
Bruce, as I start strumming a few bars for that, and the meeting breaks up, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Can I still see that Karen figure?
Yeah, she's got red rimmed eyes from the flow of tears, and hey, baby girl, she looks like she's just mournful. Is the best way I can describe her.
All right. As we I'm assuming people were breaking up. I would, kind of swing myself over to a corner, and I want to cast ventriloquism.
Sure.
And, to where it, would go off, behind her and be like, Mommy, why did you let me die?
Oh, my God.
Why is your character so evil?
Shh. It's good.
I'm a big fan of personal responsibility. But after that, I would exit the temple.
Okay. You're able to cast that, and nobody really sees you. I rolled a 20%, and the crowd is breaking up. A lot of them are just kind of enjoying the music, and they don't really even notice you kind of cast a spell or wove a spell into that. And you do the ventriloquism pretty effortlessly. Not one person sees you do this or notices you, but the Karen hears that voice behind her, and she thinks it's another one of the noble families, the Jensen clan, and she's like, "How dare you!" And Jensen's like, "What? You just told me. How did I let you die? I did not. Yes, you did." And at that point, a brawl starts. And Karen, for as short as she is, she's got some haymakers, and she lets loose 3 people from the Jensen clan go down like glass cannons. The 4th and 5th members of the Jensen family that's here begin to run out, and you hear the lady scream, "Come back here!" And she begins to give chase. Most of the crowd gets away or clears a path for her. They don't give her any gruff. The members of the church, however, try to leap into action, but the nobility is kind of holding everybody back and clogging up the pedestrian thoroughfares. The fat woman chugs outside at velocity to try and chase down the members of the offending clan.
Just whistle my way out.
Yep. Time to exit stage right.
Father Guido Sarducci whistles over to the party and the Terriers. What do you got, Janet? Volume.
You're mute, Janet.
And one of the members of our party just help her take a nap for a little while?
No. One of the members of the
She's
party.
long gone now.
Oh, okay. It sounds like she needs some rest.
We need to head to the pub.
Okay, well, I'm ready then. Let's go.
You guys follow Father Guido Sarducci out the back door of the temple, and he says, "Listen, I know this little place. It's a good place to go. I kind of go there a little bit. They know me." And as he enters the bar, escorting you and the 6 Terriers in there, you see the head waitress, and you can only assume she's the head waitress because she has the biggest boobs you've ever seen. Obviously, she's in a position of importance. Look at those. She grabs a mug that's about 36 ounces, and she heads to one of the barrels, and she taps it for some porter. And then she walks over to a table and sets it down, pulls out Father Guido Sarducci's chair. She notes the other 11 of you, and she whistles and does some sort of hand signal to her other waitstaff. And these people snap into action like the Brady family putting together the entire picnic table section, which is where you all will be sitting. Go ahead, Janet.
Nothing. I'm doing all the hand signals and do it inside the bar.
Now these people are efficient. Like this place is a very nice, warm, lots of wood everywhere sort of bar. You notice that actually Mongoose would be the one to notice this. There's about 13 pillars, floor to ceiling, in this room that kind of break up the pedestrian flow. It's not symmetrical at all. There's no symmetry in this place. It's not orderly in the least bit. The way the tables are set, the way the pillars are set up around them, the way that the bar kind of has a jagged, like it looks like a lightning bolt, the way that it kind of shuffles down towards one end of the bar or one of the room to the other. Father Guido Sarducci says, "I love this place. It feels so peaceful in here. And the most important thing is that they keep the bad spirits out." Now, at that point, you see 12 glasses brought to the tables, and the wait staff proceed to use the pitchers to fill up the 12 mugs The mugs are each at least a liter. You're not a nobody here works at a scale house, but you know a pint, you know a liter when you see it. This is more than a liter they pour for you. They leave a 12th mug at the end of the table with an empty chair for those who did not make it.
That's cool. That is really cool.
That's nice.
So Father Guido Sarducci says, I toast to you. If you want porter, the porter's kind of expensive. I'm not going to lie, but I mean, they know me at this place. Since you're with me, they'll probably give you a discount on their drinks. I paid for the first round, but your mugs are each 5 copper if you want a refill. Just to let you know ahead of time. Okay. So if there's any questions, go ahead and direct them to me. I'll be over here busily trying to drain this glass. The first one, he does drain it in record time. The Terriers.
Did Guido Sarducci play dice by any chance?
Does he play dice? Yes, he does.
Maybe we should start a game after a couple of rounds. I'll flip out two silver onto the table.
Next morning, we find Lemmy in the gutter naked.
With my dice rolls, yeah.
All I wanted was a sandwich.
Totally worth it.
All I wanted was a sandwich and a beer. Sure enough, the Terriers ask you guys a few questions. They seem to be pretty happy about being with you all. A couple of amateur bards start to play a song while you're in there, and sure enough, it's Hungry Eyes. Yes, Kronos, it's Hungry Eyes.
Bruce, how many people are in the bar?
About 35, including your group.
All right.
What do you have in mind?
I look over to Lemmy. You plan on getting hammered tonight?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, all right.
I want to be able to play some dice, but what do you have in mind?
I was just going to distract the bar for the evening with entertainment and see if we can pick up any more information. I have a sneaking suspicion this is not over and that some have gotten out of the sewer. I could be wrong, but I figure if people are drunk and partying and a few of us are paying attention, we might be able to pick up some more information.
Well, I could stay here and entertain a few people while you two go out and try to find out some stuff.
Let me polish off my next mug.
So tell me who to keep busy. If you think someone's going to get in the way.
Careful there, Jenny. You might get the wrong guy kind of excited.
Well, that's you know what I mean. I need to know which person to focus on that you feel might get in your way from being able to ask more questions.
I'll tell you what. We'll come up with a signal. I'll loop the bar. If I stand next to a person,
okay,
and I bow my head, I'll walk off, and then that would be someone I think you should talk to.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll keep an eye on you.
Bruce, can't even speak. The head waitress, did we get her name?
My name is Michelle.
Michelle, here's 50 gold. Just keep the drinks flowing, and if it goes over 50, hit me back up.
Wait. Father Guido Sarducci stands up. Turn that to silver. You're getting ready to give away a house payment for a year. Stop that.
All right. Well, you heard him. Drinks are on the church then. And I just walk off and start playing.
Okay, that sounds good.
Never flash coin at a tax man.
Father Guido looks at you and he shakes his head in disapproval. Oh my God. Do you guys know who Father Guido Sarducci is? I assume some of my players do.
Real life Guido Sarducci, yes.
Wasn't he on a TV show?
Yeah.
Like Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
That's
Back when it was good.
I don't remember when it was. I just remember that name.
1980s.
Okay.
Yeah, it had to be late 70s, early 80s. But that's my game plan, Bruce, is to just travel the bar, play it up. If you want me to roll, I got dice. Hopefully I don't botch that. That would absolutely blow.
Oh, yeah, I recognize him now.
And anyone I feel would be interesting or maybe holding something back, I'd just give Janet the signal and then move along. And basically let them gather knowledge checks to see if we could dig up any more dirt or any more rumors or even just information that we could cash in on later.
Is there anyone in this? Is there anyone in this bar that you feel like we should be suspicious of?
No.
Okay, because I don't know why, but earlier, I felt kind of like that somebody was not who they say they are. I don't know why. I just had this weird feeling that when Bruce was telling his story before the mother started crying, that somebody's covering for somebody. So I don't know if I'm right or not, but I don't know. I'm not strong enough to have spells to do anything to see if somebody's full of shit or not. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm suspicious anyways of everybody. My personality.
Janet, what you do know is that the people that are here, if you decide that you want to cast a Zone of Truth spell, you could do that. That'll cost you 4 mana points.
A Zone of Truth spell?
Yep.
Okay. To me, that would make me feel better because I really do have this bad feeling. So I'm going to take -4.
Here in the bar?
Yes.
Oh, some people are getting smacked and losing relationships tonight.
Oh.
Why, yes.
There's going to be a lot of "I love you, bro."
I might have just used my mana for nothing. I mean, I don't know. I just would rather I feel better.
Well, given the fact
that night's young. If you guys are going to go snooping around and somebody sees you leave that knows something's up, you see what I mean? I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable. So
given the time of night to what we just did, I don't think it's going to be a waste overall. So,
okay. Well, let's see. Go ahead. What do I need to do, Bruce?
I need, as you cast your Zone of Truth spell, the way you would word it is that you would ask a yes or no question,
mm-hmm.
or a question of somebody, and in that area where they're at, and if they start to lie, the very air around them begins to like hiss and turn red.
Okay. Okay.
So
before I do it, I want to ask the members of my team, who do you think I should stand by when I ask this question?
Cormac says, "Don't be standing by me. You know my level of sarcasm." Well,
you're on my team. I'm not going to worry about you. You can lie all you want. But who do you guys think I should stand by when I do this spell?
Anyone who we think would be suspicious, or even if we don't suspect them of something malicious, just anyone who we might find a line on a new job or an artifact, or even just good deals on goods to buy. Like the
let me handle that.
Limitless.
I'll go ask around, see if there's a decent black market going on. Maybe we can get some discounted goods.
You know, or they're still missing teenagers, you know, who's got a sale, or, you know, who's getting a shipment of good ale or wine.
The reason that something's not right, because how could so many people disappear in this town over such a long period of time and nobody in authority has tried to do anything about it? You know what I'm saying? It just seems.
Isabeau, you do not bring up the deep state in public. Shh.
I was going to say.
I know. I'm saying it to my team. I'm not saying it to the deep state. I'm not saying it to everyone else. I'm asking you guys. So who do
you do not talk about the deep state in public? Shh.
Janet, just so you know,
where should I stand?
People haven't been gone missing for that long. It hasn't been like years. It's only been a couple of weeks. What I think Bruce said.
I thought he said it was months. I thought he said it was months.
Months, not years.
I know, but months is still a long time for somebody not really to take action or do anything about it. I mean, honestly,
Janet, you're also comparing it to today's day and age. Someone goes missing today, there's a damn good reason. Someone go missing back then, oh, he got eaten by wolves.
Yeah, but multiples? Look how many girls were in that room.
Yeah. Do you know what the death rate is?
We got other 4 girls that were in the hospital. So what I'm saying is maybe there's somebody that's gaining or getting something that's in this town from all this chaos. You see, that's all I'm saying. Something's fishy to me. That's why I want. Okay,
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you might be thinking a little bit. You might be doing a little bit too much close comparison to modern day statistics.
Well, I can't help it. I live in modern day. I'm trying to play a game, but something just doesn't. It's not settling with me. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm a woman. I don't know. But Bruce, who in this room that we're in right now is the highest person in the city? You know, with leverage wise.
Father
Guido's probably not many.
Okay. Well, I want to go stand near, but not right next to Father Guido's little group, and that's who I want to.
Okay, so you've got Guido, and you've got Lenny, and Cormac are all within that area.
Well, I already know I'm not worried about Cormac or Lemmy. I'm worried about the townspeople.
I'm gonna hit up the terriers that are in our group, since they deal with a lot of shit. Maybe they got some info.
Okay. Father Guido kind of he puts his third porter down. Janet, his glasses of porter. I need to help you so you understand what I'm talking about.
Okay.
See this
Oh
plug?
my Lord. Yeah.
This is one beer for this man.
Okay, so he's a big guy.
He's kind of a big fella. Like, he's the type of guy could pick you up at 140 pounds that you are and hoist you around, probably put you on his shoulders and not be encumbered.
Okay.
He might look slender, but the boy's got some muscle to him.
I'm just picturing freaking Guido Sarducci manhandling Janet now after drinking 3 of those beers.
I don't think he's gonna. I just want to. I don't think he suspects anything from us.
No.
I just feel like somebody is in on something. I just have this.
No, it's just this whole conversation, and then what I'm visualizing is not jiving the way that it should in a role play sense. But in my mind,
yeah,
theater of my mind is it's sick and demented.
Well, Father Guido starts something as you two are. You're going. Lenny starts walking over towards where the terriers are at to pop the empty chair with the full beer that nobody's touched. Nobody will touch that beer. But as you're going,
because if you guys remember, Father Guido Sarducci was really kind, but he was sarcastic.
Yeah.
I can't picture him as like suplexing anybody or.
Well, I know, but that's what's his name.
Ordinary, but it's funny.
This guy is totally not him.
He says, and in more civilized times, Isabel, they'd say we are a city in emergency or in crisis. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, that means that something's always happening.
Yeah, you could definitely say
always
something was
needing
happening
to
in
be
Reme.
taken care of. That's in every city. Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to tell you now that I'm properly verbally lubricated is that we live in interesting times.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say that, I mean your life is going to be probably a lot more exciting, albeit more risky of being shorter than mine. However, you have an ability to do something about all of this. The city of Reme is going to be 100,000 people at its current rate of growth in 15 months. But the problem with Reme is this. Every year, 300 people of gentry and nobility classes disappear. Now, I don't know the proper percentages of this, but I'm going to walk you down my way of thinking. There's a percentage of them that just don't have a way out, and so they will take the easy way out.
Okay, that means they
There's also those people that they start to have second thoughts about their family and marriage. And so they just kind of walk off one day and leave a Dear John or Dear Jane letter behind. I'm going to say probably on that one, there's probably 8%. Now, for those that we find that have committed suicide or their bodies wash up somewhere downstream along the Remnos, I would say that's probably about every 10 years, roughly 1,400 every 10 years. So I'd say on average, 140 of those are of the 300 that are missing. 140 are mysteriously washed out with the Remnos, and I don't know what happened, but that's what happened. We see the after effects. So that's what 24 plus 140. Now we're at 164. Okay, out of 300 every year, and this isn't including the merchant or the lower classes. These are people that should be movers and shakers. Completely safe. They've got butlers, they've got tailors, they may have a bodyguard or two, they might have a whole company. 300 a year.
That's a gnarly number.
Say again?
That's a gnarly number because like I'm referencing it to what I experienced. My town is about 100,000, and losing 300 people a year. That's a sizable amount.
Yeah, especially ones, if you think about it, in this town that we're in right now, right? You have 300 people a year that just disappear. They walk away. They run away with their lover. They're found dead downriver. Okay. And these are all taxpayers. These are people with means. These aren't just, street urchins. So
thousands of people.
So that means something.
Janet, he's trying to explain to you that's why it's not actually a big deal. That's why it's not as nefarious as you think. It's because this is happening on such a degree that chances are you're panicking.
Okay.
It's a big city way, in other words.
So it's a big city way that people just kill each other and drown their wives or
yes, actually in modern day, yes.
Just ask Pelosi.
Okay. That's been cities since the invention of cities.
And in the greater,
this is also the reason why we are asking people to keep an eye on things for us, just in case you are right.
Okay, well, the thing is that I'm got notes. I've written all this down, and just going to keep my ears open and see if anything else later on connects.
Yeah, all we're trying to say is you don't need to panic now. Wait until
no, I'm not
more
panicking. I'm just saying, while we're in the state that we're in, with everybody calm and relaxed, this is the best time. Just like you two are going to go off and
Yeah, I only got 2 mugs in. I need another 3 before I'm mellow.
this is the best
I'm
time
doing some work right
to
now.
get actual good intel on the city that we're in and what type of people run it and what kind of things are going on in the background. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
no, that was my plan. But
that's
not
good.
just for like nefarious stuff, like
Well, I just got
who's got good real estate prices, anything of import that we could use is what I'm looking for. Anything.
Yeah, I mean, technically, we're still murder hobos.
Leads, jobs, real estate, just good deals. Who's the best weapon trainer here? Anything that we can use, to gather information, to further.
Yeah, if we were to get our hands on any real estate, make it valuable and sell it, we could make some buku bucks.
I'm keeping these people going. I'm talking to them and asking questions. So if you two want to scatter along and go see what you can find out, I'm ready.
So
I'll be making some scrolls of sleep and burning hands, right?
And actually, whenever Janet saw the mug, she's like, wow, is he a big guy? I know plenty of guys that aren't really big guys, but like in the military, like Flaty and Six Nations will tell you, like, there will be guys in your platoon or command that just like they're machines. They don't really need to be alcoholics, but they just drink beer like it's water. Like they have a hard time getting a gallon down every day of water.
I used to be that way.
But like, oh my God, this 12-pack is so easy and delicious. I mean, who knew that hams tasted like water?
I miss those days.
So, I mean, they like later on in life, they get big. But that's the curse of metabolism. It goes off to a younger person. Oh, you're 30.
When I was skinny as a rail, I used to compete with a buddy of mine, and he was pushing close to 300 pounds. I outdrank him, drinking fuzzy navels of all things, because we had a big old bottle of peach schnapps and a gallon of OJ, and got completely lit. And then we went to the movie theater to watch the midnight showing of Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke. And it didn't hit me until about 20 minutes into the film. I don't remember anything.
I love labels.
Everybody looked at me, and I was like staring at the ceiling, laughing the entire time the movie was going. So I was having fun. Didn't realize it. It wasn't until afterwards that the alcohol made me ill. Anyhow,
I like navels and fuzzy navels. They're really good.
So
we have a nation of 340 million people right now, not including the ones that we don't know about, but that's the ones we know about. And every year, according to the Missing and Unidentified Persons Database, which is funded by the U.S. Department of Justice, more than 600,000 people go missing annually. 600,000 people go missing annually. A city the size of San Antonio goes missing every 2 years.
And you guys don't think that's abnormal?
Actually, no. If you go through history,
it's more normal than I would like it to be.
Yeah, the human condition is very frail, and we're not a great body of people as a whole.
That means half of us in this group will disappear in our lifetime, and no one will know what happened to us.
Yeah, I mean, on average, yeah.
Yeah. And approximately 4,400 unidentified bodies are recovered every year.
There's a reason why they don't put people on milk cartons anymore.
Yeah.
Because they don't
people
sell
in the
milk cartons
carton
anymore.
factory killing themselves out of depression.
Plastic.
Go ahead, Janet.
I said they don't make milk cartons anymore. They make everything out of plastic.
Stop cheering to cheer me up.
It's all right. I'm done. I got my answers. I got my answers.
Okay. Greedo tells you, he's like, we have every decade, there's so many thousand regular people that are not landed gentry or nobility that go missing. Every year this happens, and it's heartbreaking. But worse yet is the thought that it's normal. So if you can do something to help fix that, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for funding? Are you putting together a program for the city to help push you along and cause less people to become missing? What do you have? What are you going to do, Isabel? I'd be more than willing.
I wish there was a way that you guys could have more camaraderie in your city, where you have more organizations where young people get together with their families and meet other families of like-minded people. Things like that.
We have tried this. We've tried this, and it's not worked very well for us. But we want to be like the great metropolis of Milwaukee. We want to have a ratio of one person for one bar in the city of Reme so much, because we believe it's important to foster a healthy community of accomplished musicians like your friend Quinn, who's wandering around falling behind the bosom of the greatest waitress this world has ever seen. For those of you that don't recognize her, I'll pull up a picture of what she looks like. Hold on. Those of you that are 80s retro perverts, you're going to know exactly who this is.
Pervert is a strong word. I prefer connoisseur.
Okay. All right.
We can all gawk.
I just discovered a YouTube page the other day that they have old episodes of The Price is Right. And with that is Diane Parkinson, one of my favorite hostesses this world has ever known. She's like 70.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is old.
Yeah.
Look who's talking.
80's hot. 80's hot.
She was famous just because she was pretty.
Yep. One of the first.
Yeah, I just find it really weird that
The very first
I'm the same age as all these old folks.
She was a pageant winner, and then she was Bob Barker's friend. She wasn't his special friend like Holly was, but she was his friend.
And those are good friends to have.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Bruce, will you let me modify a spell?
What do you want to do?
You know how obscure object typically makes it to where people's eyes kind of like slide off of an object that doesn't actually make it disappear?
Yeah.
Can I change it into a black bar?
What does that mean?
Obscure.
Like an edited.
I'm about to say, Jan, you know how some animes block out certain scenes with a black bar?
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about.
The fact that Janet just admitted watching bad anime with black bars on them makes me sad.
Sorry.
Remember back in the day when people used to censor stuff and it wasn't blurry, it was black bars?
Yeah, black bar on it.
Black
Yeah.
bar.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Make this bar a black bar, and I was like, going, what does he mean by that?
Yeah, just a little black bar over her bosoms, you know, just as a gag for a little bit.
Not a drinking establishment of people of color.
Mm-hmm.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
But Bruce, were we able to pick up anything else? Like anyone selling a tavern or an inn? Any jobs that are open that are looking for protection or investigation that seem profitable? Anything weird or out of the ordinary that would just make you go, huh?
I want a home away from my family.
Like that. Is someone talking about the secret meth lab they have under the butcher shop? Anything. If not, I'm fine with that. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Anything and anything that is either interesting or profitable or makes you go, we should look into that maybe.
Totally not a cop.
You do some putting your ear to the ground or let people know between songs that you're looking for stuff and equipment. At about the same time, you hear Mongoose pipe up, "Hey, if anybody has a line on furniture and where I could buy not only some good furniture but a wagon, that'd be great because I got some stuff I need to haul."
Yeah.
All right.
Sure enough. After the set's over, you guys, about 10 patrons line up and they start telling you about various places. They know where you can get deals, or one of the shift
like a swap meet or a farmer's market or whatever.
One of the shift captains stops by the table before he leaves to walk his way back to sobriety, back home. He tells you, he's like, the station house on Stampede Street, on Northern Stampede Street, there's a station house, and we own the auction house next to us. Why don't you stop by there on Odin Day, and we'll be more than happy to have you registered and you can compete in the auctions. How's that sound?
I think it sounds good.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen? We go in, we entertain, and we leave with nothing if we don't find anything that we like.
Yeah. Sure, you guys do that. As you're getting ready to, you notice that the sun is now in the post-noon position. They've fed you eggs and ham and potatoes, and some of the ladies are bringing out fruits, various other sweet tasting items. Must be towards dessert, towards the end of the lunchtime menu at the bar. And by the way, this bar's name is Abernathy.
I like it.
Abernathy is a family that is commonly associated with a lot of individuals involved with the casting of arcane spells. Abernathys have been long in either high-level public positions, or they've gone into a lot of private positions for various companies. The one thing the Abernathys don't do, though, is go on adventuring crawls. They don't do that. Court wizard, absolutely. Going to a dark dungeon, killing the worshippers of Orcus? Nope, somebody else's job.
Sounds like Northrop Grumman or Rayathon.
By me, I don't want them stepping on my toes. This is my territory.
Speaking of Raytheon, how about that Nikki Haley? Oh, wait, did I say that loud? her entire committee now is asking for another person she can have a tryst with and gain funding from, because right now her current sugar daddy is gonna find somebody else younger and prettier. I love grown-ups. I really do.
I'm assuming he's in Janet's chat because he's not in yours. At least not that I can see. That's my screen busted.
If I was to wear a skin tone shirt like underneath this jacket. And I was to take a black thing and put it on the front like that.
That's exactly what I want to do to the bar, baby.
And I would go like that and have just a black bar over my boobs. That's what you guys are talking about? I'm going to have to make a video of that now. That's in my mind. Because I've got, flesh tone
Janet in a flesh tone bodysuit with black bars.
Something funny cute for the bar.
All my areas. That's going to be funny as hell. Now that I
and
know
that will be the nail that puts your channel into permaban.
Oh, well, I'll have to wait till after April 7th then.
How many Twitter accounts have you had, Janet?
4.
Okay.
I'm on my 4th one.
I see the same thing.
Did you see the picture I sent to your Discord?
Yeah.
About the warnings? See, I've gotten 2, and if I get another one.
That's retarded.
I know, but that's just from posting videos. So.
How dare you? How dare you have fun? Stop having fun.
Especially dirty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Post some naughty communist videos and they'll love you for it.
Oh well.
Mug real quick.
Sorry. I couldn't help myself. I was like, God, that's interesting.
This is what you do when you do your shorts where you're doing off-color jokes or some naughty one-liners. Just put up a picture of Stalin.
Puts a picture of the Stalin up.
Stalin or
because they like him.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Most of the mods on YouTube are commie as fuck, so
this is terrible, isn't it?
they'll get mixed messages. They won't know whether to ban it or to let it fly.
See, I was telling Bruce, I said every time I've done a survey, they've asked me, are you planning on making a big, feature on YouTube? And I'm like, no. As soon as I can find someplace else to go.
I've done everything I can with YouTube to make sure my channel has an irreverent thought process.
Oh well, can't help it. I gotta be me, you know what I mean?
Well, you smoke, Scrafty. You got like
what?
A crap ton of sprue right there.
Oh yeah, this is a combat patrol from Warhammer, the Adeptus Sororitas. The nuns with guns that I'm trying to convince Janet to cosplay as. I will be buying a miniature to paint up just to send to her so she has a reference for.
Well, I have to see some of the costumes. I have to look them up and see if I can even make one.
Oh yeah. We'll just go Warhammer nuns with guns, and you'll get all the pictures you need. Trust me. Okay, Warhammer, one word though.
Why can't I just enjoy my declining testosterone count? You have to bring up Janet, nuns with guns, and she's going to cosplay, and there I am, all veiny in my gloriousness. Stop it!
Oh, I haven't seen it, so I can't wait to see what it looks like.
Every guy I know.
Did they go to Comic-Cons dressed that way?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll have to see. I'd like to see some
Nuns with guns has been a thing for decades.
I've never seen it.
At least in the Italian sense.
Yes.
I think it was 79 they did Nuns with Guns.
Yeah, I saw a movie with my mom watched with John Wayne and I'm trying to remember what her actress's name was. I can't remember. Her brother was Warren Beatty, that actress, dressed as a nun. Sister Sarah or something.
Oh, you mean Clint Eastwood? Two Mules for Sister Sarah?
Is that who it was? I thought it was John Wayne. But yeah, that one, where she had guns and stuff, and she was a nun.
Yeah, she had guns. Holy crap.
Yeah, so I remember that. But that's what I think of every time you guys say that. I'm like, what? I don't understand what's so great about that, but.
Yep, Shirley MacLaine.
Shirley MacLaine, yeah.
Yeah. Shirley MacLaine played young Sarah.
Yeah, just don't have a normal, quote unquote, normal conversation with her.
No such thing exists. Not with Shirley MacLaine. Okay. So, do you guys have
Tombstone Chronos is an excellent movie.
Hmm.
Unforgiven was also a good one. If you haven't seen that, watch it.
Tombstone is an uncanny movie that it will, even if you don't like westerns, you love that movie.
Well, it's got Kurt Russell in it.
I'm not a big Western guy. And it's
like one of his best roles. Howard Booth, Michael Biehn.
There's a lot of good actors in it.
Stephen Lang as Ike Clanton. Like, yeah.
My wife is a big fan of Tombstone.
Charlton Heston, the man himself.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that part.
I mean, the guy from who was in the Terminator that played Doc Holliday. I thought it was some of the best acting I've seen. Period. Like you couldn't even tell it was him when I was younger. It took me forever to be like, that's the same guy.
I don't know who you're talking about.
The guy who played John Ringo was the guy who, goes back in time.
Michael
Biehn.
Johnny Ringo. Yeah. I thought you said he played Doc Holliday, and I was like, that's
no.
I was like, I was getting all messed up going, I'm not going to say anything because I must be wrong.
In fact, that was one of his favorite movies, too.
Mm-hmm.
But he really became like a different person,
Like, despite all the weird rewrites and edits and whatnot.
Yeah, and I liked Michael Biehn. I thought he was a really good actor.
Is that his name? I didn't know his name, but I thought he was great. Now, actually, I think he's been great in everything I've seen him in.
Yeah, I loved him in there. And he's like, I'm out for blood. He's hot.
What was it? Was it The Abyss?
He was good in that. The Rock.
He was in the Terminator movie.
The Terminator movie.
I'm trying to remember the other one he saw him in. I can't remember. I'm really terrible with remembering names of movies. But yeah, it was good. He was a good actor.
Yeah, he's got some chops. Uh-oh. There you go.
Yeah, I was beginning to wonder.
No, I saw the circle of doom come up. I'm like, that looks like he got cut again.
I don't want the fucking goddamn tortilla now. Don't touch it for problems anymore, please.
I'm not. Okay. So Father Guido Sarducci says, all right, I'm seven mugs in. Mm-hmm. At that point, the waitress takes her towel and she hands it to the bartender. The bartender takes her towel and he walks home with the waitress. I see you beautiful people, Sentai.
Sure thing, Padre.
What else would you guys like to do?
Did you guys find out anything about the black market?
Oh, yeah, I got a roll for that.
Why? Lemmy, why would you do that?
Because I'm looking for something specific.
Why don't you try to get a hold of Big Al?
Could do that, right?
I mean, you can try to gamble with somebody else, but I mean, you could probably go through a slower guaranteed route, or maybe you might have something right now available.
Well, I was going to look around and see if anything new has come in that hasn't been assessed yet. Maybe somebody had stopped in for a drink first before dropping off merchandise. Maybe they got in holding somewhere. Yeah, if that's already taken care of, I can go to the source.
If you've not been in the memes channel for the Discord lately, Parrot Head and Kai are having having a fun time.
I call them meme off.
Where are they at? In the meme
channel.
The meme channel? Okay.
Kronos, it's actually like more of a gray market. Yeah, my idea was to look for a more powerful ranged weapon or enchanted. And
What's your diplomacy role for that?
let's see.
I'll give you a plus
Here,
2. You're dealing with your people.
I've got a +5 on my diplomacy.
Give you 15% now.
Okay. And then what else was I looking for? There was potentially a magic short sword, a magic bow, or some type of missile weapon. Could be sling or crossbow or something. And then oh yeah, it was my cloak. I wanted to modify my cloak so that it's reversible, so that I would have like earth stones and whatnot on one side, and then more urban concealment on the outside.
You could go to a tailor actually and have that done for about 30 silver. Be a very ornate cloak. Be about a pound heavier than the usual cloak. You could do that.
I don't think that would be an issue.
As far as what's your roll in your diplomacy check?
Okay, that's right. I am rolling with a 15. You said?
Yep, 15% extra to the die roll.
That would be 68.
Okay. The young lady that today is talking to you, she says, we just had somebody turn in a compound bow that's human size, but the pull on it is huge. It's like somebody who's got massive strength, like the strength of an ogre or something. And they're selling it for 1,300 silvers. If you're going to go in there and try to buy it, I'm sure he'll work with you.
1,300 silvers.
Don't forget, every 10 silver is a gold.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how much gold I have because I have everything converted into silver right now, I think.
What also that you have to have a minimum of 18 strength to not have negatives when you use it to hit. But it is built to dish out power.
6 off. Strength is only 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, what about edged weapons, preferably in the short sword variety? Anything?
Short swords.
What I should be asking for is like better dice.
Got a couple magic swords, man. A couple magic short swords too.
What are we looking at as far as these things being ensorcelled?
We've got 5 swords that are in right now that are magical. She says that and looks at you, sipping her drink, and she says, as she says this, like, "Don't be sitting on your ass talking to me about it. You need the address, or do it, you know the way."
Yeah, I'll throw out that I need the address.
Of all the times for me to roll 2 100s in a row. Okay. She gives you the address. You head over this place called the Blue Rooster. Smell of brimstone, garishly painted sign on a bright red rooster with a large blue appendage that roosters certainly don't have, but at least not like this. This place is open 24/7 and boasts never to have closed its doors in 100 years. The Blue Rooster doesn't bar anybody from its own premises. But as you go into it, the arcanists, magic user, mages, the will workers, and wonder makers are definitely in here tonight. I'm going to assume you're dragging the rest of the party with you.
I would go.
It would be a good idea. It'd be wise.
I got no
Besides, I
reason
want to
not
make sure he doesn't get lost and wind up at the Blue Oyster on his way to the Blue Rooster.
The Blue Rooster. Giant blue rooster. It's a big red rooster with a big blue cock on it. Upstairs. You guys notice that Lemmy is escorted upstairs, and one of the guys at the stairs won't let the rest of you go up there with him. Cormac initially walks up like, "Let me go up there." The guy shakes his head. "You're not Lemmy." About that same time, all of you see the roof and the timbers attached to the roof get ripped off, and a gigantic or gargantuan red dragon looks down into the tavern, and you guys feel your hearts hit your stomach. And now you even have the smell of fresh shit in the room. And then you realize that it's just an illusion from one of the many magicians that's in here. Somebody's like, "Hey, don't be doing that, man. You know it smells like shit in here." "Well, hold on, I'll make it smell like pine sol." "Oh, great. It'll be like somebody shit in the pines, right?"
Who wasn't wearing brown pants?
Upstairs. Lemmy, how are you doing?
Doing well, sir. I'm curious as to what you have in stock as far as edged weapons. I'm looking for something that might be magical in nature. I heard that you might have a few items.
First off, let me give you a tip. He hands you this little rectangular box. It's black. And on the edge, written in Westerline, it says, "Surviving Edged Weapons, VHS, 48 minutes." You have to watch this if you want to get the most out of it. But that's for later, for your own time. That's free. Tonight we have some specialties on sale. We've got our typical faint blue glowing short sword. And this is rolling off for 1,200 silver. Then we have our other magical short sword. and it's a regular magical short sword until it gets a hold of something that regenerates, and then it turns into a really bad short sword. It's a Trollbane or Regeneration Bane short sword, and that's going for 8,000 silvers. And the final item we have, you're thinking, what the hell is that? That's just a handle. Yeah, it is. Until you hum the magic tune. At that point, a bluish blade made of light springs to life. He says, that slices through armor. And then the light ceases. That, my friend, goes for 3,200 silvers.
As cool as that is, I don't have 3,200 silver.
Okay. Well, he takes
Would you like a loan?
At what interest?
Father Greedos,
I was thinking 50%. I was thinking 50%. 50%, but payable through favors more than actual gold.
Sounds like a plan. Till I lop off my arm with a lightsaber.
Wow, you guys are rich.
You mean a psionic spirit blade?
I've only got
Oh no, that's 3,200.
$3,200.
That's gonna cost me 320, which is gonna chew a huge chunk in what I've got.
It's 32,000 silvers.
32,000. Oh,
Oh,
I don't have 3,000 gold. I thought you said 3,200.
I did it first, and I realized, like, wait a second, no, wait. 32,000.
Okay, yeah, I don't have that kind of money. Not yet.
Okay.
I was gonna say I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah, if that regenerative bane is 8K, lightsaber is going to be 32K.
You could always offer him the wimpy deal that you'll pay
that's a
him
lot of
Tuesday
hamburgers.
for a massive weapon today.
Yeah, I'd be hurting for that that short sword now that I think about it. But the next adventure is right around the corner. I can possibly wing it. Let's see. So the standard blue glowing short sword is your typical like +1
Apparently so.
with the blue light.
It's got a soft blue light. Probably 3 candle power.
I'm thinking Rambo 3 right now. Yeah.
Great movie.
Actually get to use it.
The better movie is Rambo 4.
Yeah, it is. Now, unless you guys got a 50 caliber with unlimited ammo.
That last battle, holy shit.
+5 against commies.
And the funny thing is that, like, there were people bitching about how unrealistic that movie is because all the 50 caliber body explosions. And
that's what happens.
that's what
Pink
happens.
mist.
You get a fucking 150-pound person with a 50 caliber bullet at speed. That's an anti-objects, anti-vehicle weapon, not an anti-personnel weapon.
Anti-material, and you don't got enough material.
That's exactly it.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with the blue light special short sword, which is going to pretty much clear me out with the exception of, I think, 15 silver and 5 copper pieces, if my math is correct.
I believe it's correct.
All right. And then I ask if I can return in just a second. I got to go talk to my party downstairs since they can't come up. I want to see if they want to buy anything. I'll be the go-between.
Andre nods. He's like, "That's fine." We had a good haul. We had some people try to get to town that weren't exactly in the best interests of the people of Remnos. So we found these defilers upriver, and they came out of Quail Valley, and they had found some old site, some old drow wizard named Laren Care. Apparently, they raided the shit out of what he had, but they weren't very nice people, and so they died suddenly. We now are the new owners of this material, and we're passing on to you, the saver.
Well, I appreciate it.
Appreciate your business. Let me go on downstairs, grab the material you need to for your friends. Tell them sorry, but we only have room for 5 people in this room, and there's already 4 here.
Yeah, no worries.
Also, aren't you venturing with a bard and a wizard?
Yes, sir. That would be Quinn and Wong Hung Lo.
Wong Hung Long.
Oh, Wong Hung Long. That's right.
The bard for Quinn, give this to him. He gives him a orange. Looks like there's orange light coming off the arcane scroll. Then he says, "And give this to your friend Mongoose." And it too has like orange writing on it. You don't really see it. It's rolled up.
All right, so I head back downstairs. Hey guys, look what I got. I'll give them the scrolls, and then I ask them if they have anything that they want to purchase because they got some gear up here, some hedged weapons.
I presume you're going to mention the swords that P talked about.
Yep.
Well, as soon as he mentions the Trollbane sword, I suggest that we all chip in to get that thing, because you never know when a Trollbane weapon will come in handy.
Is it magic?
Trolls regenerate. If it's Trollbane, that means it'll keep them from regenerating.
Okay.
You slice them, they don't grow their appendage back. Or turn into another troll. Whatever the critter may be.
I mean, I'm good on gear, so.
I don't suppose they'd be willing to do a layaway program. Or maybe we just wait until somebody buys it and then we watch them and then follow them. And then when they get off, we just pick it up and claim it. Or go for full murder hobo.
Yeah, I think it's a little out of our price range to be thrown at.
Listen,
Sweet talk, a hireling to go spend all that money on a weapon and come adventuring with us with hopes of becoming a hero.
Someone carrying around by themselves 1,600 pounds of fucking silvers. Probably not a good idea to say, we're gonna get them! Ambush them now! No.
So, what does this scroll look like besides a typical scroll? Like, can I make out the spell or spell effect?
With your arcane languages.
All right. Lady, if you so choose, describe the scroll into your book for your bard spells. You need to roll a 60 or better on a D percentile on your spellcraft.
All right.
This is Fog Cloud 1. Causes a 10-foot diameter fog cloud, and it'll pump out fog for about a round per level.
All right.
God, I'm going to have to put in some actual work to make up that deficit in money.
It's always a job to do.
Janet, is Baby Girl your daughter?
Who?
Baby Girl?
I don't think so.
Okay. I know she's on your...
Nobody's told me that.
Oh, no, I mean, I just noticed you had a visitor. Hey, Baby Girl. I thought she was from your... I think she is from your channel.
Janet, do you not know your children?
Well, I do, but they make accounts for their adults. You do whatever they want.
You're supposed to monitor the internet.
Oh, my God. Janet is a hall monitor on the internet.
Yeah, I'll get arrested. No, I'm just kidding. I do the best I can. That's all you can do for anybody.
You do pretty good. Okay, so did you roll that lady or no?
One of my sisters uses that terminology a lot.
Lady One Gaming, you're on mute, by the way. I did not do it.
Was
Sorry, I
me.
was grabbing some mice.
Did you get that written in your spell book or no?
Let's find out. Ooh, 64.
Yes, you do.
I'm curious, is that like you just fail to comprehend it and then you have to reread it?
Yep.
It's not like you read it and then it disintegrates and then you're effed.
As you're trying to describe it, it's going away, so you got to transcribe it the best you can. It'll take him about a full hour in the bar to do that. This is all going on while you're upstairs talking price and such. The guild is the ones that... Your guild is the people that are behind the acquisition that you found here at the Blue Cock. Rooster. That would make sense if that's your baby sister, Janet.
Yeah, it could be. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I haven't talked to her in a week.
Mongoose?
Yeah.
You're handed an arcane scroll. It's a ritual spell, which means that it doesn't really go against your mana pool. Ritual spells are spells that take like a minute to cast, a full minute to cast these things. So, like, they don't go against your mana pool, but because the amount of time involved in it, that's the payment you have to do to get them to cast.
Takes a little bit of prep, but
Yeah.
doesn't sap your energy as much.
No. And once you get it cast, the floating disc lasts for an hour per level.
Okay.
It maxes out at the poundage you can carry. It only carries 500 pounds, but it right now it's at 200 because you're at second level, and it'll stay between 10 and 15 feet away from you at all times unless you want it closer.
Okay.
Really can't use it as a weapon. I mean, if you want to be really inventive and make put a wagon wheel on it and then like lash some swords to the wagon wheel pointing out in 8 directions like the arrows of chaos, and then push that in front of you down a hallway to be an inconvenience, you possibly could do that, but you're
actually my first thought is, can I turn it sideways?
You can turn it sideways, but the purpose of the floating disc is to carry stuff. So when you turn it sideways,
I'm referring to the fact if I get desperate, it might work as a shield.
It'll be more like a tower shield.
That's why I said desperate. Otherwise, it's going to be used for its utility.
Is it almost like
Go ahead, Janet.
Is it almost like a magic carpet that he can sit on too?
Yeah, he doesn't really. He can carry other people on it, but he has to be on his own locomotion for it.
Or he can carry other items, like when you kill something and you gather items from the bad guy. You can carry stuff on it to take it back to your camp. Things like that.
At this point, that'll be its greatest use at this point.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a great
I'm gonna
item.
get a cup of coffee right back. Oh, so do I. I agree.
Whenever you cast a ritual spell, there are ingredients you need for this one here. For the floating disc ritual, let me find my notes real quick. Are you serious? No, I didn't put it down. There it is. 13 disc. You'll need to go to an alchemy shop and have a glass vial. If you were to cast this once a day, you'd need to go to the alchemist shop and get yourself a vial of mercury, which will cost you about 40 silvers, and you could keep that a month.
Okay.
Takes you a full minute to cast. It's not a combat spell.
Yeah.
No mana expenditure. Takes time and magical energy.
It's a loot the body spell.
It has an AC. If you're tilting it sideways, it has an armor class of effectively 100, and it has double your hit points.
Okay.
You do that, you flip it up on its side, and it acts like a tower shield.
Good to know.
mind you, picking up all the stuff to put it back on there is a pain in the dick.
Better a metaphorical pain in the dick than a real pain in the dick.
Yeah, or grabbing it with the mage hand. Sorry. That was just funny. The thought process of it. Everybody got quiet.
So, both of those spells that the guild handed you are evocation school spells, if that means anything to the two of you guys. All right, back upstairs. The guild concierge looks at you, Lemmy. What else would you like to have today, or is there anything else you need?
Unless Isabeau wanted something, I think we're good for now.
Yeah, I just would like to get a couple more bottles of holy water, because that came in handy, and I didn't even think about it. You know what I mean?
We can swing by the temple for that.
Definitely want to get that before we leave.
And what's the concierge name?
The concierge's name is Daniel Abernathy.
Daniel Abernathy.
I used to know a lot of Abernathys years ago.
Janet?
I knew an Ashby. I never knew any Abernathys.
Yeah. Bruce?
All right. You're when you go to the temple to buy holy water, they cost you 25 gold per little application.
Okay, hold on.
What level do you have to be to create holy water?
I want to get 3, so that'll be 75. Well, I'll just get 4, just even 100 gold. Take it off of here.
I think holy water can be made by somebody who's got good crafting and the ability to bless water.
Yeah, I want to get that next time I get the, when I go up, because you just never know when you're going to need it. And if I need a lot of it, I can just go to a lake or whatever and make some or something, you know?
Mm-hmm. If we brew beer out of it, we could charge extra.
Holy beer. I wonder if that's possible. If I was to take beer and I could make it holy, like a vat. You know what I mean? A barrel.
Then all we need to do is get into a drinking contest with a vampire to see how it works.
They wouldn't expect that, would they? Okay, I got to write down 4 holy waters to add to my, let's see. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, now I have 6, because I had 2 left, so I have 6 holy waters. Okay, for the next battle. Because I used 3 or 4 during that one battle. That was a lot.
I did not realize that Shirley MacLaine is 89 years old.
Who?
Shirley MacLaine is 89 years old.
Who we were talking about from the movie earlier?
Yep. Sister Sarah.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna look her
Brother
up.
Warren Beatty is 86 years old.
Oh wow! Last movie I remember seeing him in was Bugsy.
I'm sorry, he's always going to be that man in Deliverance at the end of it.
I don't remember the last movie I saw him in. The one with my mom has a video, a VCR, and it's him with Goldie Hawn. It was a comedy. That's the last one I ever saw him in, but I don't remember the name of it.
Oh, Janet, we got all 4 movies for February set up.
Okay, good. I'm seeing more new movies that I've never seen before. I like that, getting to do that, getting to watch all this new stuff.
We're not watching new movies, mind you. I mean, for crying out loud, we got the great Romeo and Juliet from 1968. Olivia Hussey's on it. All right.
I know, but I'm just saying they're new to me. I've never seen them before.
Yeah, guys, you're going to love that Romeo and Juliet.
That was the best thing about high school. Oh man, we're getting forced to watch Shakespeare.
Does it have TNA in it? Is that why?
No, but she's got cleavage that goes for miles.
It's so glorious, Janet.
Like, I know a lot of guys are ass men, but sweater kittens, they're my jam.
I love Smother Mothers.
I think all men do, really, if you think about
They're
it.
soft and snuggly.
And they belong in your mouth.
They melt in your mouth and not in your hands.
It's the one guaranteed way you'll keep a man quiet, Janet.
Mm-hmm.
Man giving you bullshit, throw a tit in his mouth.
Well, if you want a tit, then you don't want a breast. His tits are long and skinny. Breasts are round. Just to clarify.
Get a nice full breast in the man's mouth.
There you go.
He's not going to say like, I demand better.
Yeah, that usually lasts for what, 5 minutes? And then they're like, I'm hungry. Go fix me some dinner.
That's when you feed his face the old clam trap. You want your dinner, perform!
Gotta earn supper. If it works.
Going to hell with a smile on my face. So. You know what sucks about getting older is that like all the women you used to admire, like they got older too. I didn't realize Samantha Mathis is like 53 now.
Who?
The girl that was in Broken Arrow.
Oh yeah.
What was her name?
Samantha Mathis.
I have to look her up real quick.
God, that was forever ago. It's like Helen Mirren.
Wasn't that early 90s or mid 90s?
Yeah, early 90s. Actually, no, it was 1996. My bad. One of John Woo's first American films.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys like blonde women, apparently, because a lot of these girls I look up are always blonde.
I prefer redheads, but they're too fucking crazy.
But yeah, she's got reddish blonde, strawberry blonde hair, I guess.
Helen Mirren from like 40 years ago.
I'd do Helen Mirren now.
Classic example of a hot redhead.
I'm standing by my subject.
You know what? She looked good her whole career, even as she got older. Still
even
very
in Red 2, she looked good.
Yeah, in Reds, the 2 movies of the spies. Oh, yes. Just adored. Those are 2 movies we have to review. Both of them.
They're on the list.
They're really.
I don't know if they're going to be December or if they're going to be.
Kronos, those are the best women you could ever find.
I thought Redhead had that like the crazy stuff or whatever that guys are always saying stay away from.
Well, are we talking gingers or redheads?
I thought they were the same thing.
Oh no, gingers have no soul.
Well, how can you tell the difference when you're looking at them? They both have red hair.
Well, strawberry blonde, that's reddish.
Reddish is different than redhead.
The
Yeah.
ginger will have extremely pale skin and just complete flash out freckles on the face.
And swallow your soul.
I've known a lot of them.
I mean, who wants new paint on their car? It doesn't feel broken in until it's been keyed a few times.
Oh. Well, they had to have a reason to do that.
Yeah, you forgot to bring home milk. Like, that's their signature move.
Yes, Kronos. Exactly. And that's what makes them dangerous.
Well, I guess I'm not a ginger because I can tan. So.
Yeah, the ability to tan is what separates redheads from gingers. Like my friend Baron
Was
G-Rock.
Ginger on Gilligan's Island, was she a redhead or was she a ginger?
She was a redhead.
Her name was Ginger.
She had a little bit of a tan. Otherwise, like, I don't think California had been too kind to her. Okay. So the transaction goes by pretty smoothly, Mr. Reme.
Everything's fine. We are all copacetic. I thank you for your time.
We do what we can, sir. Is there anything we can get you in the future? Anything in particular that we need to be on the lookout for?
Nothing comes to mind, but I will definitely stop in if I happen to change my mind.
Okay.
And now I'm gonna walk down the stairs and reel from the sticker shock and the fact that I'm down to my last couple of silver. But I got a blue sword, and that's awesome.
One of the bouncers tells you to put it in the sheath, and as you do that, he's like, pretty badass, has his own little blue light. Neat. Then, not long after that, the five of you are sitting at this table, and you hear one of the comedians try to approach the stage, and she starts to kill it. She starts talking about how it's terrible. You know, she's almost at the cusp of 40. She says, I didn't think I'd be here now, but I have to tell you that life didn't go as planned for me. We could say that. That'll go on my epitaph, on the tombstone. Well, that didn't work out the way I thought. She says, it's funny, but, you know, in my 20s, I was supposed to marry a noble, and that didn't work out so well. And then after that, I didn't realize this until later, but my 20s were there for me to suck. And I learned this in my 30s, like just how shitty I was at everything. And I'm supposed to be an adult now, and I can't do it right.
Mm-hmm.
Then she goes into further degrading humor. By the end of the entire time on stage, this poor lady, she's a pretty little thing. She's got most of the crowd on her side. They're all laughing at her jokes. And she looks at the band of you down there. There's probably about 7 or 8 adventuring parties in this room itself. But the majority of people that are here singly or in doubles are magicians or bards. She's like, there's something magical about coming to the Big Blue Cock. And I just got to say that this is probably my favorite place to go, because it's the only bar in town where you have spells flying the whole night. And generally it's pretty low taxation on your heart. I shit my pants earlier when somebody made a big dragon rip the roof open, and we all thought we were going to die by fire. Come to find out, it's just an illusion, you bastards. That was really good, whoever did that. And you know, the DJ is bowing down. He says, I tried, thank you. And she's like, how much does that spell cost for you to do? And he's like, 75 silvers. She's like, well, it was worth it. He's like, I hope so. I've been practicing. She says, how long have you been teaching at the academy. He says, over 20 years, this is the only time I get cut loose is when I'm here, and I just had a double shot of some sort of one barrel single malt, and it really made me have a bad idea that I need to spend that money. I got to go and pick up more equipment tomorrow. The DJ looks at your booth. Hey, do you guys need a job? You want to go out tomorrow with my shopping list and go get my spell components?
I'm totally down.
He says it's an easy 50 silvers. I know it's not a whole lot, but it'll take you about 3 hours in the morning. You got 10 silvers each between the 5 of you. One of the other audience.
The worst can happen.
I'll do it for 25. I've seen you work. Fuck off. 50 to the country party. I recognize them. That's the one. They just had a big to do at the Church of Mir. Be on the lookout. Those guys, they're coming up in the world. About that same time, a group of what appears to be dusky-skinned men with wild hair and nice white. They look like their robes are pressed, but they all come up to your table with 2 drinks each, and they sit down with you, pull chairs up. Oh God, here come the hoons. A lot of the crowd members kind of boo. And it's like, no, let them play, let them drink. If they get out of hand, we got the entire bar will respond. And the men are pointing at the drinks. They want you to drink with them.
Okay.
Isabella,
Yeah.
you want to detect poison?
Oh, for our drinks? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do that real quick. Let me mark it up on my book. I want to do it in all of the drinks.
Yeah, the table's a fine focus. You'll be able to hit all 10 drinks.
Okay.
I roll a perception check to see if I can discern what their mood is.
Go ahead.
All right. Double check this here. 20. And roll. And what do I got? Oh, shit. 34.
All you can tell is that these guys seem to be kind of like pushy, and they're kind of irritated. You haven't started drinking with them yet. They're in position to drink. You know that position people get when like they buy you a drink. They're like, "Come on, get your drink. Come on, I'm ready. Let's drink." And they're in this position.
Yeah.
Come on, let's drink.
Yeah.
Go drink. Well, Janet, you roll your perception, Janet, after you cast your detect poison spell.
Okay, hold on. And that's the same 2, right? Same 2 dice? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I got, 76. Or 79, because it lines underneath.
Your dice actually work. Awesome.
79.
I'll trade you dice.
And they're different dice. They're
The
green
5
this
drinks that
one.
are waiting for you 5 to drink them, they all immediately begin to pulse red. In your eyes, you're not, this spell doesn't broadcast to other people.
Okay.
Detect poison doesn't work that way. Detect poison is more of a spell that only the caster really gets to see it. Find traps and detect snares and pits. That all, for some odd reason, that spell there, anybody within like a 10-foot radius of you is going to see everything you're seeing. as far as that spell. But whenever it's poison, no.
So how do I let my rest of my group know that there's poison in these drinks?
I don't know. How would you tell them?
How about if I do this and I see the guy that gave me the drink and I say, let's do a toast, and I clap cups with him and I said, here, you drink this one and I'm gonna drink yours.
No.
In a friendship or something like that.
No, you drink your drink.
Okay, so maybe now my
Everybody
guys will understand that don't drink them.
Everybody sees this guy saying, no, I'm not drinking what I brought you. You're not drinking my drink. You're drinking your drink. Everybody sees this.
Well,
Okay.
does Janet seem nervous? Or, I mean, Isabella?
After Isabella casts that spell, yeah, she seems really nervous.
All right. It's time to have some fun. Tasha's hideous laughter on the guy that brought the drinks.
As you begin to cast your spell, one of the jackasses, the guy sitting across from you, lady, or Quinn, he tries to splash you with a drink. Roll a will save, just not to be fazed by it. It's like a 55 or better.
62.
You got a bonus to your will save?
Oh shit, 10.
Okay.
So 72.
All right. So you don't worry about that. You get the spell off. Tasha's hideous, uncontrollable fucking hideous laughter. And this jackass fails. He's like, the other four guys, they decide to just run. Bouncers start to come, and they get to your table, and they're like, "Is everything okay?"
I don't know. My clerk was nervous. This guy threw something at me. I had to, pull out the stop for this guy.
The 5 men are running towards the back exit and at the Blue Rooster, and immediately you see bouncers put wood bars on the doors. Nobody's getting out. And at that point, the 5 of them, including the giggler, all 5 of them get green. Not with like weapons, but the bouncers have a stress relief time. They have a stress relief exercise on the hoons, and it turns into a pretty ugly situation if you're like within 5 feet of it. But if you're not, the comedian's like, guys, don't worry about that. That was just some people trying to cause trouble. And again, from what DJ Marvin said, these people are on the up and up. They've obviously shown their ability to not take the bait, and they didn't even throw a punch. Look at that. Look at that. About 2 minutes later, as the woman's doing her spiel, she's like, everyone give a hearty salute to the 5 men being escorted in the back alley. We'll be dumped out. We will be letting the City Watch know what happened. Another point, everybody screams, fuck you! And then they shut the doors, and life goes on as normal.
All right.
About maybe an hour later, you're still sitting there. If you're not like doing a Minnesota goodbye with everybody, Minnesota goodbyes take 3 hours. You know what I'm talking about. Okay.
I need to. I just looked out the window. It's dark. I need to go shut my coop door.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
You just heard her. Janet needs to close her cock in for the evening.
So everybody gets finished with their drinks. You guys almost closed the bar down and decided it'd be a good idea to leave early. And when you are walking towards the front lobby, you see a couple members of the City Watch. And they're like, hey guys, can we just talk in here just for a minute? We're not going to take you outside. We just need to ask you one question?
Sure.
Okay.
Might as well.
So the 5 guys sat down and they offered you drinks, and then they wouldn't let you drink their drinks. They were going to force you to drink their drinks, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. You've got those drinks and evidence, and so appreciate you. We know what was going on. Glad you didn't fall for it. You could have been Shanghai.
Look, our cleric got nervous. I threw out a casual softball spell. I think they fell on the way to the door. I had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, but nobody saw anything. We just know that they were causing trouble, and they're gonna heal up fine. They're gonna spend a couple nights in the pokey, have a few questions, and see what happens. Typically, people from their part of the world are not exactly part of the civilized world as we know it. So, thank you so much for not being too overtly eager to make them part of the next world. We appreciate that. We also want to say thank you to the bouncers for not causing too much of a mess. All right.
The less paperwork, the better.
That's the entire modus operandi of the City Watch here. A lot of things are handled with rulings, not rules. Later, Kronos. My barn's always open, Jeremy. What's the problem? All right. You make your way back towards eastern side of town. A few places that you have heard good things about. Most of them have been unable to take a vacancy all night. So you walk down a couple more blocks and you find that not too far from the Eastern Shores administrative section, which most of the city's administrative offices are on the Center Island. Admin Island is what a lot of people call it. The Eastern Shores area is areas where, like, the stables, the city dog pound, the dog training center for the law enforcement constabulary types, all those people, they have their stuff there. So is it the best smelling area? No, not really. But it's still nicer than the flop houses a quarter to the south. And you find yourself a couple places that are still willing to take people in at their rooms for let. And they take a couple silvers from you. And then you guys have yourselves a few warm beds. Actually, 5 warm beds. And that silver you paid, that's going to cover you early morning coffee when you wake up. Next day, unless you have something else of importance, let me know. Actually, that'd be a good idea. What do you guys need to do before we start tomorrow?
Well, it depends. I mean, were we supposed to meet up with the Duke after cleaning out the sewers? Or am I misremembering stuff?
The Duke wanted to meet up with you.
And we got that list of spell components for DJ Marvin.
Thank you. I totally forgot.
Early morning, you do get a visitor that is from the Duke. And the visitor, while you're drinking your coffee, he is kind enough to make sure you've got another pot available. It's not great coffee. Is it coffee? Yes, it's coffee that will help you wake up. It's got caffeine in it. And there's even an added bonus of, if you want, they'll give you some fresh grounds you can put between your mouth and between your lip and your gums. And you can have that help you juice up for the morning. Messenger's name is Ben. Ben tells you, he says, listen, we know you're supposed to meet up with the Duke at some point, but he also understands that you got busy. And then there was a giant story that some of the lauded gentry here in town had a situation with their kids and daughters. So he sat and watched that unfold. And you've been part of the rescue effort for that. More importantly, Duke's contact with the Terrier group, the Terrier Guild, can't stop talking about you. So we've kind of gone down the list of importance. We understand that. Taking care of the innocent, protecting them is more important than brunch with a noble. We get it, and that's how we want you to act. Can you have brunch with you today?
Yeah.
I don't see why not. I mean, it's not like not like the DJ gave us a specific schedule as to when he wanted us to get that stuff for him.
And it's half a day's wage, so not a major priority, right?
Yeah, I mean,
The Duke,
it's not like we're destitute. Like
the Duke says, if you can make it to Bangers by 10:45, that'd be fantastic. Bangers is on the eastern side of town. As he starts describing, Mister starts to describe all the various places in the middle of it. Of all people, Lemmy recognizes exactly where Bangers is. Bangers is 5 doors away from one of his premium fences for the guild. And then, as Ben finishes the description of what Bangers marquee is out front, Lemmy understands it because that was one of the sites where Lemmy had to practice.
Huh.
Half the party knows where we're going.
Sounds like we're going to go visit my mentor.
Yeah. He's probably at Bangers. For those that don't know what Bangers is, can I pull it up on the interwebs? I bet you I can. That's exactly what I want to see. Early that morning, you guys head out to go procure DJ Martin's spell list, and it's pretty easy. In fact, as you show up for it, everybody seems to give you the materials, and they tell you, no, don't. He's got an account set up with us. So within 2 hours, you guys earn yourselves 50 silver. Mr. Martin is fine, happy with it. You see him at the Collegium Arcanum. You drop it off, and then quickly you go over to Bangers. At Bangers, they serve these for an appetizer.
Was that a Chicago hot dog?
My friend, it is.
Never had one.
With a surprising mustard and a little bit of mash or a cabbage on it. I'm not saying Austin's a great town, but if you're ever there and stuck in Austin, this is a nice place to be.
It'll help get the taste of Boston out of your mouth.
Yeah. Their brunch is the best.
Yeah, when I was hearing Bangers, I was thinking of something totally different. Hey, we just saw a bunch of sausages. We stepped on them and killed them.
As you guys see this, ah!
They're like, oh, Kelvin, you're in a pan now.
Look, they got their own house group.
Wake up 3 days later, fucking PTSD. What happened? I just served him a sausage.
I presume since no one has complained, they haven't actually heard any weird sounds coming from me.
I mean, I can hear your machine and the scraping.
Yeah, we can hear the Saturn. That's about it.
Well, it's all crafting. If it was like fapping, I'd be like,
if you're making funny DSP sounds, we'd let you know.
All right.
But I'm assuming that's your 3D printer in the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
All right.
Yeah, we're pretty
Oh,
good.
that looks so good.
it's ambience. Ooh.
French
Yeah.
fries. Oh,
Yeah, it does look good.
damn you, diabetes.
Hello, diabetes. Diabetes.
That's why I'm going to make those. I put them up on the food channel. It's basically like a hamburger ball, but you're using onion rings as the bun.
Yeah, I saw that. And I dig onion. That would be good.
I could eat that.
I mean, it's not, the preferred, but it's something I could swing. Oh, the ones with the jalapenos, they look good.
Mm-hmm. That John Holmes looking one was pretty good too. It was like an actual foot long.
Oh, I used to buy those. All my friends hated them. Those super cheap but super jumbo hot dogs.
Yeah.
They called them Chernobyl dogs. They're like, dude, they don't even make buns that fit this thing. I'm like, because they're too long, too wide. I'm like, yeah, but it's like $5 for 5 pounds. They're like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be eating that. But I liked them. They weren't just big and ridiculous. I thought they were good.
I'm gonna go visit the commode real quick. Drain the main vein. Oh, they've got PBR there. Sorry. I'm sorry. Like, South Texas is so fucking stupid. We have the headquarters of PBR here, and nobody drinks PBR.
Wait, first off, those cans look frosted. And is that like a crawfish broil?
That's like a crawfish tub.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
legit.
wait. The crawfish was probably recently done, so it's still hot, so they're thawing out their frozen beers. Smart guys.
That was good.
This does.
You're making me hungry.
From weird ass tentacle porn to off color jokes to food porn.
Well, if you look in the
whole gamut today.
I've done
if you
my
look in the
best.
beta test chat on Discord, I just posted one of the new toys I'm ordering for one of my other toys. It's a toy that goes on a toy.
They're fucking. I love how they have that rigged up.
That is so cool.
I'm seeing all the piping behind it. When I see shit like that, I'm like, good God, that's just that's artful. That's just fucking artful.
They got to keep that stuff clean. I've worked in some small, old, dingy bars, and if you don't do your stuff, you'll be paying for it.
Goes south real quick.
Boston has the worst inspectors in it, so yeah, they got to keep that taken care of.
Reminds me of my friend's house party. Rented a townhouse, and he had gotten a keg of PBR. Well, I guess the previous tenants had bought a keg, but they never returned it. Probably why they don't live there anymore. And so we're doing our thing. See this old keg in the background off to the side of the house. I'm like, hey, is this new? And he's like, no, don't touch it. That's been there since we got here. The good stuff's over there by the barbecue. So we're doing our thing, having drinks, eating barbecue, mingling. 2 stoners crash the party. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody really wants to associate with them. And they're like, oh, dude, check this out. There's still beer in here. And they're pumping from the old keg. Now, from what I understand, the place hadn't been rented out for like 2 years. Something going on. So a keg had been sitting out in the elements for 2 years with however much PBR was in it. And these 2 fools are like tapping the dregs and drinking it. And within about 15, 20 minutes, they turned green, started upchucking everywhere. It was a god-awful mess.
Yeah, that sounds like a good batch of botulism.
Lucky they didn't die.
Yeah. Like we were even thinking, like, should we call 911 or just like roll them out onto the street and
let nature take its course.
Yeah, don't
Like-
touch it.
Terrible.
This is a place where the Duke sends you for brunch. And as you're having some of the fine dishes that they serve, some of the fine sausages and beers,
oh,
the Duke says, well, you guys have been busy, and I've been following your success as best as I can. Of course, I don't want to follow Lemmy too much, because if I follow Lemmy too much, then somebody's going to come after me, and I don't want that. I want to be safe. So, I understand you guys got rid of a tier 1 criminal.
the worm that walks.
That indeed, yes. Kelvin had the more the authorities and the agency investigating that delve into it, the more they're seeing that you've stopped the serial killer and other crimes. He had over 400 victims to his name. In 3
Thank God.
So, if you choose to follow a path that will keep you doing things like that, I'm definitely your man to talk to about this.
Once again, we come to the problem of we currently owe a huge debt to the Traders Guild.
I try not to have conflicts among part of the community that helps keep my town and my province functioning. I don't know what would conflict with that, but I want to make sure I stay out of that. That's kind of the bonus of having you've got 2 people in your group that are involved with organizations that kind of keep you abreast of things, and like, we do this will hurt us with this group. And that's both Lemmy and Quinn.
I mean, I don't think we've come into a direct conflict yet besides scheduling of, well, we could go on this adventure and it takes X amount of time to get to X place. But at the same time, there's another event or job that we could pick up. That's the only conflict I recall.
Well, I do have something that requires you to take care of it. But if I send you on it, I won't see you for 2 years. Probably 2 years afterwards. And that stinks, because you seem like very nice people.
Yeah.
But we haven't finished your other job. It's supposed to take us a year yet.
No. Exactly. I mean,
Is this
we don't mind
completely
doing
different?
jobs for you. Sorry.
This 2-year job, is this completely different from the one that we were told to go investigate the magical ice?
That one is part of this, indeed. But before you go and do that, I actually have one of my friends at the Traders and Coasters Guild needs caravans taken up to Gilboa and beyond. Think about that for a minute. He gets up.
Well, if you can, Mr. Mayor.
Bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I guess the conundrum is we continue working for the Traders Guild. There's
if the
more points of interest.
I'll but say if the mayor's willing to pay off our debt with the guild, I don't see why we can't work for him for a while. Oh shoot, I forgot to turn off my camera.
I mean,
2 years is a long time, though.
But can we work? Can we do both at the same time, or are they two different directions?
That depends on what the mayor exactly wants from us. If he wants us to go to the same area that the Trader Guild does, then yeah, we can do both at the same time. That's not a problem. If he wants us in two different directions, however, well, that's a different story.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we think we can do it, both of them, then I think we could. But if we can't, there's just no way. And we can't say no or say yes and give up on the other one with no way of getting back to telling we're not doing it.
Exactly.
And how much is our debt, by the way? Does anyone know?
Look, like scumbags that don't do what we say we were going to do. And I don't want them to think that. I mean, why do we have any debt anyways? What's our debt?
I don't think it was a cash debt.
It wasn't a cash debt. You guys have a debt for the fact that the guild trained you to be.
That's what I'm saying. What would be the monetary equivalent to all that training? You know, it's like $20,000 per soldier or more now. But, you know, back in the day, it was about 20 grand.
And I kind of like having the guild
have somebody go through boot camp
behind us, you know, because I don't know, in case we ever need them, you know, I don't want to burn my bridge.
It's like a stable fallback. I would hear the job out. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought we had a job coming in 10 days towards the silver mines, protecting.
Yeah, we do.
Train of fuels, right?
Yeah, that's the one that we've been saying that we can't give up on unless someone's willing to convince the guild to do so.
Right. So, I mean, maybe we can, you know, whatever this is going to be piggyback onto this. But, I mean, I think we really should fulfill this. I mean.
Yeah. We've got an obligation.
But, I mean, we had some wiggle room, you know, a few days to take care of loose ends, do a few things, you know, before that began. So.
I got a blue sword, so that kind of. That part was fulfilled. I got a little bit new gear. We cleared up that situation in the sewer for the most part.
Yeah, I mean,
like a lot's gone on.
Like the stuff I want to take care of is more expensive and more long term. So, you know, for me, it's just relaxing, ear to the ground, and preparing for the next job.
Well, I'll show you what we know, what I know. Okay. So you're down at the city of Reme, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Your home of Gilboa is here. The silver mines.
All way up there.
The Green Mountains. Actually, the one set we need to send you to is over here. So you could go all the way up Barzaph Road, and that'd be fine. Each hex is 50 miles.
Well, I mean, don't we have horses too, right? So we're going a little faster now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you'd be guarding a train.
So we will only be going as fast as the train goes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
the slowest person in the train is as fast as we'll be going.
yeah, that's what sets pace. If you want to do it, you can do it. And the boss, the big boss, he's wanting to add a train on in 4 days when you guys are supposed to leave. He wants to add an extra train of 16 donkeys.
Good thing we got that animal husbandry or whatever it was.
You have those donkeys that you can tie on. You'll have a total team of 40. But you're not the main group of handlers. He's got other handlers that can handle this. They can handle the donkeys. It's just the guardianship of them.
Yeah.
Stop by Gilboa. 16 donkeys will stay there and wait for the next train headed southbound. But he needs them to go up there pretty much now. The other 24 going up to Barzaph, and you guys are going to guard them all the way up to the Barzaph, and you're going to come back down to the silver mine and give them what they've been asking for, because they've been asking for some assistance. And that's been over 2 years. But the silver mine's still producing. So everybody's still happy. Right now, at least. You figured that if it's a silver mine, they would have the resources to send a magical message if it wasn't, going to be able to be covered by mundane means.
Yeah.
But the Duke says, as much as I don't like the people that run that mine, I'll deal with it. I'll be my best diplomat I can. And I've let them know that when we send the next train up north, we're going to send assistance. But it'd be awful nice if you would stop and be able to handle this yourself. I know that sounds hard or tough love, but right out loud. There's a reason why we are so spread out. And that's primarily because there is a lot of danger everywhere.
Yeah, I can understand that.
About a year from now, you should be able to go figure out what's going on with that giant piece of ice. And we'd be happy.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I mean,
No, I mean, I'm on board. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's financially, prosperous.
I intend to buy. I intend to research as to what I might be able to double my money on. Once we get up there, spend as much as I can on that, and take it up with us. Then sell it off when we're in that area, and then hopefully double my money.
I'm ready to go for it because it's fun. And I don't want to go home.
The problem is I don't. The problem is if I do that, I can't afford guards for my castle, for my court. Unless I want to put a Looney Tune in front of it.
Yeah, let's go find that duck again.
So once you finish your delicious sausage and egg meal with potatoes, the Duke says, okay, so you have no problem taking the 16 donkeys up to Gilboa and dropping them off there.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, Bruce,
Sir?
have I had a chance to send a letter off to my family yet, referring to with the plans for the walking keg and telling them, hey, I made a deal with a giant, so don't be surprised if you see a floating castle come by some point.
Did you get the letter clear or no? Did you finish your letter or no?
I did that the day when everybody wanted to talk to me. At that point, I just needed to have it sent off. Well, Tam talked to us, not just me. When the lady made her breast bigger to get everybody's attention.
Yeah, you if you wanted to send that off, you could have sent it. A messenger would deliver it that far, or via a caravan. It could go via caravan for only 20 silvers, or you could have somebody hand walk it up there, and that would cost about 150 gold.
150 gold.
I've been tasked with coming up here and delivering this letter to you. He's like all scraggy, looking like Tom Hanks in Castaway. Months later.
Can I pay him 75 and have my family pay off the other half when he gets there?
Say again?
Can I pay him 75 and have my family pay off the other half when he gets there?
Yeah.
Okay. I will do that then. A hand-walked letter.
75 now, 75 when I arrive. Sure, that'd be great. So.
Unless your family is nefarious and then they go bonk them on the head, bury them in the backyard.
Aha! Our cousin, the necromancer, will bring you back, and you'll stop that annoying thing of trying to ask us if your opinion matters. Ah!
Or they open the letter, read it, and go, we don't have a child. I have no idea who you're talking about. Get off my land.
Oh, man.
I mean, they've already read the letter, so what are you going to do? Be like, want a refund?
Yeah, they made a movie about that. Based off of a historical event.
What was the name of it?
That I don't remember. I'm looking it up.
It's not, I know my first name is Steven. Oh.
Because there was actually 2 movies made.
Yeah.
Guy was taking his horses to market. They had put up a toll booth in the meantime, and he was crossing some dude's land, and he charged him a toll. He didn't have the money, so he left 2 of his horses, and 2 weeks later he comes back. The horses were worked to death. His servant that was supposed to pick up the horses got his ass beat, so he became a bandit and went through the Austrian countryside raising hell.
Oh.
Wow.
And if I remember correctly, his wife got ran over by a cart. Some nobleman was kind of jetting through town.
I think I recognize the guy in my head, but I don't remember the name of the movie. I can't remember the name of it. Was it a spaghetti western?
No, this was a period flick. Like, wasn't medieval. It was in between medieval and Renaissance. If I remember correctly, it was supposed to be like 1600s or something like that. God, what was the name of that?
I was going to say at first when you were talking about it, I was like, well, maybe it's Quigley Down Under or something like that because he said Australia. So I was like, I don't know.
Austria.
Oh, Austria. Hmm.
Is it called the Toll?
No.
Okay.
Christ, what was his name?
Oh my God.
It was 1969, I want to say, and had David Warner in it.
Let's look up the David Warner movies then.
It was The Rebel, or Michael Kohlhaas. That's what it was.
I'm gonna have to look him up now.
Because the character Michael Kohlhaas was the guy that sold the horses. The other film came out in 2013, I think.
You don't remember the name of the movie?
Michael Kohlhaas, The Rebel, or Man on Horseback, 1969. Kohlhaas is spelled Kohlhaas.
Yeah, that's not the guy I was thinking when you were talking about it. He made spaghetti westerns, the one I'm thinking of, but he's like got a name I can't remember.
Like Terrence Hill, or
I'd have to look up his pictures and see if it's him or not.
Yep, Man on Horseback. Kohlhaas merchants with horses. When going to a local fair to sell his horses, he's forced by a noble to leave him part of the merchandise as payment for traveling through the land.
It was in medieval times.
Yep.
I never saw it. I've never heard of it.
it might be on Tubi, if I remember correctly.
Why am I not surprised? Tubi has become a wonderful place.
It's a beautiful app. They got more and more obscure movies now, which is kind of nice.
Okay, so after you eat, the Duke clears the way for you to do your business. You manage to calm him down, and he's like, "There's, we're uncertain about the ice, but we can't send you there. We think you'll get killed. And you guys, don't worry. We're going up north. We have to go deal with the donkeys and silver mines in that order." So Cormac and him shake hands, and you guys vamos. 4 days later, unless you guys have anything that you'd like to purchase or procure, if there's nothing that you need, you're off. But what do you guys need? I mean, feed and food are going to be probably about your typical route. You would go through Gilboa and refuel there for feed and food. But we're looking at about a 200-mile trip, 250 miles trip, excuse me. So roughly 20 days to 25 days for the feed is what you buy. And You work with the guild. They help you with that. That'll cost you 30 silvers to get all the horse feed, and then you have another 150 gold or 150 silver that you have to spend for the rations and the stuff for you to remain functional. Because they're expecting you when you're going through MREs and such, they expect you to like hunt deer and other wildlife on your way up there occasionally and supplement your food intake.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to be crapping Adobe.
Yeah, you're not wanting to eat the hardtack and the dried meat and the dried fruit all in its lonesome and not have some meat go in there and help you with breaking down all that stuff. You're going to be on day 3 and you feel like your body's splitting at the seams.
Chris.
Sir.
Is there anything that I know that with a little bit of research, I know for a fact I can sell for double or maybe more what I pay for it here with where we're going?
In Reme, of all things in Reme, if you can take fertilizer up to Varnath, fertilizer is the one thing they don't have a lot of.
Okay. I have 900 gold. How much fertilizer to donkeys could I afford to take along?
Let's say 50 silver for a donkey, and then a week's worth of feed per silver, because donkeys will find other things to chew on too, but it'd be about 55 silvers for the trip for a donkey. So if you want to add like 2 or 4 extra donkeys, you could.
Okay.
Literally load them up with crap.
Yeah. Load them up with fertilizer. How many pounds of fertilizer can a donkey hold?
Quite a bit.
Alexa, how much shit can a donkey haul?
And just think of how much fertilizer it's going to create on its own.
Donkeys are strong animals capable of carrying heavy loads. An adult donkey can comfortably carry up to 50 kilograms on its back. Just so you know, you can also ask me questions in your call. Would you like to learn more?
No.
Thank you. Whose Alexa was that?
That's mine. But now you know.
So wait, your Alexa caught his question. That's beautiful.
She heard her
I have
name.
a question. Wiretap, who is listening?
You have to say her name.
Oh, I thought her name was Wiretap.
No, her name is
Clancy, are you listening?
Alexa, who is listening in on our conversation?
I'm designed to protect your privacy. On Echo devices, you'll always know when Alexa is listening to your request and sending it to Amazon's secure cloud. Just look for the blue light indicator or listen for an audio tone. Learn more by visiting amazon.com/Alexa privacy.
There you go.
Notice she really didn't answer your question. She said go look it up elsewhere.
It's either that or there would be a death on stream, and we can't have that.
Bruce,
So,
I do have one thing I'd like to do before we leave.
Yeah.
And I might not be able to do it. I may have to pay someone for it. A little research. It's kind of like magical homework.
Sure.
I basically want, like, unless I have to like buy a full book, I'm just looking for a list of metals and gems and the schools or magical properties they're typically associated with.
I'll have to get back with you.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't mean like right here on the spot, but
okay, thank you.
Something I would like to
Bruce?
look up before I leave. Yeah, man.
How much would it cost to fully load up a donkey with fertilizer?
The donkey can carry 33 pounds.
Okay. I don't know how much fertilizer costs.
Okay, a week of fertilizer is going to weigh about a week of fertilizer, or a 50-pound bag of fertilizer will cost you a silver.
And how much can I sell it for up there?
Fertilizer up there, you could sell it for roughly 1.7 silvers.
Okay. So I would need to like really like load up on the shit.
Yeah. It's not quite double your profit, but
okay. That's
It would be cheaper
like
probably just to take the donkeys up there, let them graze, and then poop a lot.
Yeah. That's a venture that's best for the future when I'm actually like in charge of my own caravan versus just tacking a little extra on.
No, if you feel like spending the money, bringing the extra donkeys up and feeding
True.
stuff for them, so that if
doing it that way.
Hit a bag of gems or something at the mine to haul it out. It's a gamble.
Yeah,
though.
true. Taking it. I'll spring for taking a few extra. How many do you want? Like extra 5 donkeys? Then that's 500 gold, 500 silver.
Yeah, no, I'll chip in for that. I mean, worst comes to worst, we have to eat them. I mean, who cares?
Yeah. Sorry, 250 silver for 5. It'd be 10 for 500 silver.
Okay. Well, I only have 167 gold pieces left, but I'll give you 100 of it.
Oh, we don't need 100. We don't need 100 golds, Janet. If everyone would just pop in in your case, 10 gold, 100 silver.
Okay.
If each of us just popped
I'll give you
100 silver, then yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 10. So I'm gonna take it off my thing. So I'll have 157.
Yeah, I'll do it in silver. Does anyone, just in case, anyone know what kind of spice goes well with donkey?
Garlic. Garlic goes good with everything.
I would say a garlic, salt, pepper, maybe a sweet mesquite. Go with it.
I still got my huge balls of salts that I got from the giant, which I'm hoping to get more salt from him next time I see him.
Whatever the equivalent of Cajun seasoning would be in Pathfinder.
Yes, any good kick us, some kind of good spice is going to make it taste better than what it normally would, especially if it's tough meat. So
yeah, just give it a good kick.
Ketchup,
gonna give it a
tomato
kick in the head.
ketchup.
You're gonna eat it, right?
Yeah.
So it already been kicked in the head.
I think I've played too much Fallout because my first thought was the song "Kick in the Head."
I'm getting tired.
Well, it's only about another hour before Bruce needs to get off, so he has time to set up his stuff for Kai's stream anyway.
Yeah, we actually started relatively early compared to our usual.
We did actually.
Yeah, because I have I put dinner in the oven before I came back in here after I closed my coop. I had to get water and fill up the food bowls for both my coops because they were empty.
And I need to see about resetting up for chickens around here.
And I got 6 eggs, so that's good.
Nice. I'm almost done painting my fucking Urukai. I'm so happy about that.
I got this. Those orcs I finished today were the last of my combat patrol orcs. And I was a little disappointed. It's like, oh, I'm out of orcs. I want to paint more orcs. but I'm enjoying assembling the Sisters of Battle. I kind of panicked until I looked at the box. I thought I might have been missing parts, and then like looked at the instructions again. No, I'm not missing anything. The orcs came with almost 2 of everything, so I thought I was missing pieces for this other box. No, it's a very different setup. They only have 1 of each.
there were 4 days pass pretty uneventfully. As you're wrapping everything up, some of you elect to go and celebrate your nights away along some of the seedier rows in town, enjoying the nightlife and having quite a bit of a fun time, I might add.
Well, during those 4 days, I am making scrolls of burning hands and magic missile. So I still got 5 scrolls of sleep for the moment. So
Yeah, let me see what I have. If I can do anything.
And how many days do we have left before we leave?
You have 4 days total.
All right. Hey, Lemmy, question.
Yo.
Would you like to, I'd like to like practice out some drills or just trying to improve our combat ability so that, when we actually get stuck in a fight that, we don't have to really hash it out. Because I see you get, you do significantly more damage when you have someone in kind of like a precarious flanked position. So I would like to literally practice and like let you decide what a good signal would be when you would want me to cast like this little cloud so that you can probably, try and slip away.
Work
And that
out
would go
a
for the group too. If they're like, oh, I think I can get in a better position over here if they don't see me. Try and work that out to our advantage.
okay.
Hey, Bruce.
Jen?
Remember at that one town that we were in, I didn't write down the town name, but I had put 700 gold in the bank. Remember?
Mm-hmm. That's Reme.
Okay. For 6 months or whatever. So I don't know how much time has went by, but I just want to make sure. That's why I don't have that much money because I put it in the bank.
You're fine.
Okay. So to make sure you remember that. Because I just found my notes that said that I put that in there.
And
it's
not a bad idea. Can I set up a bank account that will gather interest over the year that we're gone?
Yeah, you could.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop 700 gold into that account.
Okay. Well.
Plus, it said that on my note, it said that I had written, let's see. I was learning how to do my own scrolls, and it takes 1 hour per level or something to do a scroll. So it takes 2 hours just to make one. And I want to be able to make some more scrolls for Bless while we're waiting around.
Second level scrolls cost you about 25 silver.
Yeah, that's what it says on this. Let's see, I'm trying to find it again.
As long as you're able to spend the money on that, that's fine.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do that.
How many scrolls can be made over 4 days?
However many you can do within like an 8-hour period. After 8 hours, your brain's pretty much spent.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to make like 2 a day. So that's like 6. You know what I mean? I don't want to stress myself out, but I want to have them available to boost our, our fighting power and stuff. So I just want to do that real quick. I keep saying I'm going to take all these notes and make 1 page, and I keep forgetting. So I was like,
same here.
It takes me forever to go through all this. Okay, I'm going to see how many I got to have.
Another thing that you could do.
25 gold per scroll. Okay. So.
Another thing that you could do is take multicolored index cards. Designate your stat block to 1, another one to skills, another one for equipment, etc.
Okay, so I'm going to get 4 scrolls. So now I'm down to 57 gold on my person. The rest is in the bank. So I have 4 more gold, bless scrolls. So that gives me 6. 6 bless scrolls now. Down. Or when we get on the road. All right. I think I'm a little better off now. Ready for
I made
battle.
4 burning hands and 4 magic missiles.
I'm ready. I'm ready to kick some booty. If I could just roll better. That's the only thing I'm bad at. I'm just terrible at rolling.
Well, hopefully my dice tarot will change that for you.
Well, yeah. Plus, these green dice that I swapped to have been rolled way better the last 2 rolls.
Yeah,
so all those other colors.
I get paid next Thursday, so hopefully I'll be sending it off sometime within that week.
Yeah, it can be cool. I'll make a video of me rolling dice on it.
Oh, just to warn you, I put the top so it's a little bouncy by accident. So if you throw the dice in, they might bounce back out, but if you drop them in, it's usually fine.
Oh, that'd be great. I don't care. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, and I also left the top white on there, so you could either put your own design or put a sticker on there. You left a little bit right there, totally customizable for you.
Okay.
Oh.
I'll check it out.
All right. If that's where we're at, you guys leave town on the day that everything's ready up the Western Reme Road, and about 2 weeks later, you stop at the waypoint, which is an inn.
Mm-hmm.
The waypoint, very nice, very comfortable. Almost the bar that you would want to be at if you were in a civilized area. However, over the course of time, a few houses have popped up around it. It's kind of like a settlement at best.
Mm.
And when you enter the waypoint, it's kind of a rough and rowdy place. I should use this more often.
Is that a cloth one?
It is.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Never thought I'd have to iron this thing, but I think I may have to. Got 2 weeks.
Do you have a steamer?
I do.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would steam it.
So you enter this nice place, which is called the Waypoint.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the Western Reme Road. Stood there for years. You haven't been here in a while. But when you enter it, just doesn't really feel that good coming in here. This place, something's changed about it. It's not as busy as it once was. People that normally would be here aren't. And usually, this is one of the places that the guild would tell you if you're having difficulty, the Waypoint will offer you a place to get your bearings, relax. We usually carry a representative there, and he can help out. If things are really rough, we'll get word somehow to Reme that you've hit a snag. We don't want you to have problems. But entering the Waypoint this time, it feels a lot different. And when you're there, the place is nearly empty. There's nobody outside. In fact, you're the only wagon train that's pulled up.
stable hand that's there. Doesn't look like the same 16-year-old kid that was here a year ago. Looks like a rough and rowdy, looks like a Charles Bronson type. Lady behind the bar, she's not a friendly person either. In fact, she looks downright hostile. You hear her say something like, "What can I get you hungry travelers before you head out on the road this evening?"
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that.
From the door, you see a guy leaning up against it. He's got a bow slung over his shoulder. He says, "I'll get you some cold beers. How about some cold beers for the road?"
Can I cast Detect Magic on the room?
Sure. You wiggle your fingers, and as you start to do that, you hear the character over here. It's like, hold on, spell slinger. What do you think you're doing there? Stop that.
I'm getting a Janet funny feeling right now.
I'm rubbing off on you.
A little bit, yeah.
All right. This is where you wrap up. We'll resume this next week at the waypoint. Trouble on the road. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by today. For those of you on Rumble, much appreciative of you. For my panel, don't start letting fly with the bombs after we exit the YouTube on StreamYard, because I got to go over to Rumble and shut it down from over there. So we're not quite out of the woods yet. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back in 2 weeks with more of this.